Hello, everybody. I don't know if you're as pumped as I am for today, but I have so been looking forward to this. And if you're with us today, then it means that you value creativity. And as we go into this holiday season, we just really want to encourage you to use your creativity and your gifts to just create a warm and welcoming season for those that you love. And today we have some beautifully gifted women to share how to do just that with you. And we're starting off with me, but then we have Leslie Saeta, and she is going to show you how gathering your loved ones around the table just helps to make them feel loved and welcome, and using your creative gifts to set a wonderful table for them is just a way to make them feel special. And she's going to talk about that and show you some projects and how to create for your table. And then we have, after that, we have Julie Bourne. Actually, let me check on that, make sure that's who's next. After Leslie, actually, we have Lynn, and she is going to be making a delightful project so that you can create a advent calendar and really make your people feel special and make everyone look forward to the Christmas day and holidays. And then we have Julie Bourne. Then it's Julie, and she's going to show you how you can not have to spend a lot of money to make some really special gifts for the ones that you love. And then I think that's the last one. And then I'll be back on. But right now, I actually want to show you how we are going to make a special gift that would make a great hostess gift, but also would make a wonderful gift for the romantic book lovers. So, but before that, I have some housekeeping that we have to take care of and go over. But I just want to thank you guys for being here and just entering into this holiday season with us. I don't know about you, but it feels so soon and so sudden. And I know that there is just a lot going on in our country right now that feels unsettling and is just kind of new and different. And I thought today would be a wonderful distraction to come together and just have some together time. So I'm hoping you feel the same way. And I just want to go over some of the things that we have, but they are not on my list here. Olivia, can you text Natasha and ask her what doc that is? I didn't print it out. I thought I did. Sorry, you guys. Natasha, did I cover everything that I need to cover for that? Is she texting you? All right. You know what, you guys? I'm actually just going to go ahead and get started with the project, and I can go over those things as we're going. I know we have some fun things like giveaways and just some details that we want to make sure you know as far as where to get the product and who to connect with if you don't have a stockist. So we'll get you that information in the comments. If you have any questions, we have people there to help you. Sorry, I'm just a little bit flustered today. I don't have my sidekick, Jose, and it's the first time I'm doing this alone. So I appreciate your patience. No, I've got that. There's just some notes that Natasha made to make sure I cover everything. That actually might be everything, but I wanted to make sure and have it printed out. So, but that's okay. So we're going to go ahead and get started. So we're just going to take a second to set up our second camera for this project that I'm going to be walking you guys through today. Okay. Yeah, I think I accidentally, there we go. Okay. All right, we are going to add this camera. Give me just a second. Here we go. Allow. Okay. Settings, camera. Okay. Perfect. And I'm going to need to put these in. Okay. Okay. Settings. All right. Okay. And wait, I'm not there yet. Oh, there we go. Enter studio. Okay. Right. You're backstage. Okay. All right, can you guys hear me okay? Sorry about the feedback. We've got a couple of cameras. Let me know if you're getting any feedback now. I put my earbuds in, so that should take care of it on your end. All right. Okay, are we good to go? No feedback. Oh, somebody is hearing an echo. Okay. We do have reverb. Can you hear me okay? Oh, we're having. Oh, wait a second. Maybe, hold on. No, that's off. Oh, did you turn this sound off? Okay, are you guys still getting feedback? Lots of feedback, slight echo. Let me know if I don't hear any feedback now. Let me know if you're still getting feedback. Sounds better. We good, she's good. Okay. Okay, yay. Ay. Rough start. Sorry, guys. This is gonna be so much fun. I promise you. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's make sure the angle's right. Oh, you know what? We need to turn the camera so that it recognizes. How did you do that, Sean? You got to flip the camera so that, there we go. Perfect. All right, and it can go down a little bit more. You guys, yeah, I think so, just a wee bit. And then move that way, a teeny bit. Okay. We couldn't set up the camera in advance, you guys, because the reverb. We didn't want you guys to get that reverb right away. So, all right, you guys, we are going to get started. Did you have something? Oh, I have the notes here too. Or there was a printout. The what? Oh, okay, great. Would you grab me my sheet of notes for the bullet points instructions? I forgot to bring those over. All right, in the comments, you guys tell me how many of you actually found the, or got a hold of and printed the supplies, got your supplies all together, and are going to be doing this with me. Give me, just raise your hand. Give me a little hand raise and let me know that. If you didn't, that's okay. This is going to be recorded and you will be able to watch it later when you get your supplies. You're definitely going to want to do this project though. It is really a special and very personalized gift. You could make these in bulk, you can make many of them, and it really, I would love to get this. I wouldn't consider myself a bookish person, but I would still love to receive this gift because it's just really a romantic and beautiful gift. So, okay, no list. That's okay. Natasha told me that anyone who wasn't able to get a hold of the list and the button wasn't working, email customer service and they will send you over the PDF to print so that you have all of the supplies. So don't worry, we will get you taken care of if you didn't get the supplies. I know that that was an issue, and that was one of the things that she wanted to make sure that I addressed. Okay, perfect. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. We've got our molds here. We have the Harper mold, which is just a really nice and sophisticated but simple alpha mold. We have two alpha molds, and this one is Harper, and I believe we actually retired the other one, but this one is a workhorse. This one works for a lot of things. And then we also have our Cameo mold, which I come back to again and again. If you like to make jewelry, this is a fabulous mold, and you will be able to use a lot of this. A lot of times, I mean. Okay. Now we're going to be using this UV resin today, and I just want to preface this by saying there are a lot of different types of resins out there, and you want to make sure that you are taking safety precautions. We've had a lot of posts in the creative tribe about that, and we just want to make sure that everybody is safe. So follow the safety instructions on your particular resin. There are certain resins that contact is like you want to avoid contact, and then some that have fumes. This one is not as, like, I can't smell it at all, so I'm not going to wear a mask, but I am going to wear gloves. And I'm not saying you shouldn't wear a mask with this particular resin, but I'm using it fairly quickly and there are no fumes, and I want to be able to talk to you guys, so I'm going to be wearing gloves. Okay, and the first thing we're actually going to do is we're going to take our eyelet here, and we're going to bend them to an L shape so that when we put our resin in, and for this project we're going to be using this cavity right here, and we're going to bend the eyelet so that it just sits inside of this lip right here, just so. Okay. All right, and I'm going to choose this color, let's see, right here, because it's the one that matches best to the project. Okay. Do you have the clips, the snips? Oh, I see them. Okay, great. And I'm using needle nose pliers and needle nose round pliers to bend them. Oh, you know what? Also, would you bring me the project? I can show them what we're making. It's right at the end of the table. No, other end. Yeah, thank you. Okay, guys. Sean, do you want to get in tight on these things? This is where we could use some more of the tight angle shots. Okay. And Cassidy, do you want to switch the camera so that they can see what I'm doing? Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm just holding the round part with one, and then I'm just bending with the other. And now that is still going to be too long. It actually might work better if I'm just going up close to this lens, huh? So I'm going to use the snips. Let's go ahead and go back to the other camera. I think actually that will work better. I'll just hold it up to the lens. Okay. Then I'm just going to use some snips right here to cut a little bit of this off so that it doesn't sit so tall inside the cavity. Okay, and then I'm going to set that aside for later, and we're going to start using our resin now. This is where it starts to get fun. So let me put my gloves on. And I want to say, guys, I have done this project 3 times. And each time I made mistakes, and I had throwaways. I had some where I forgot to put the eye pin in, some where I didn't use the blue light, the, what is this called? The UV light. The UV light long enough. And so the reason I tell you that is don't get frustrated if it doesn't work the first time you're doing it. It's okay. Do it a few times and you will get the hang of it. This is my 3rd time, and the 3rd time I did it, it worked out. So yeah. And also, it's not supposed to be perfect. If there's some bubbles, I always get bubbles. And if bubbles really bug you, I did read in the Creative Tribe that there are ways to negate the bubbles and get less bubbles in your resin. They don't bother me. I actually think they add to the project and to the character and to the handmade feel of it. So that doesn't bother me, but I do want to mention that as well. So just set your expectations appropriately and embrace the imperfections. That's what handmade is all about. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take our UV resin and we are going to put a little dab in our cavity. Oh, let me make sure it's clean. It's got some residue from the last time I used it. You want to make sure your cavity is nice and clean. So clean it out really well and make sure it's dry. Okay, normally I would actually clean that, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to use that glove finger. And then I put a little dab. First, I take the cap off. And then I'm going to put a little dab. I do think, Sean, I do think we need a close-up option here because this is not showing people. It's a very tiny project. And so we need to get, find a way to get maybe behind me, or I can move these things so people can see. Let me know if you guys, yeah, can you zoom in, please? We're getting some requests to zoom in. I completely agree, and we are going to work on it. These come with this UV resin kit. These are little tools that help you move the resin around, and they have different shapes to them. And I'm going to use this tool right here that comes with to move the resin around. There we go. Just as tight as you can. I'm going to move the resin just around the bottom of the cavity. You don't have to come up into the lip, the rope part. Just move the resin. This is just one layer. We're just creating one coat of the resin for this step. Okay, and then we're going to put the lamp on it. Okay. And I actually do this for, oops, it's not plugged in. Hold on one sec. Okay, there we go. And I do this for 150 seconds. However, you're going to want to, actually, I'm going to move this around again. Actually, I might need to, because I took a little bit to get the UV light on it. I think I'm gonna go ahead and UV this, and then I'm gonna start again. I'm gonna remove that and start again, because I can tell by looking at it that it is, it moved around, the resin moved around, and it's much thicker in some areas and it's not hitting in others. And you don't want to try to remove it while it's wet and gooey. You will have a mess. So just go ahead if that happens, and it will at times, just go ahead and use the UV light and then pop it out and start over. No, the screw hook is not in yet, and it's not supposed to be in yet. So that comes a little bit later once it's layered up a little bit more. That's a good question. Yeah, sorry, that was confusing. I got the little hook ready and set it to the side. We're going to actually layer the resin because we're putting floral in it, and it just works better for dimensional things inside to layer it. And so we're able to put the hook in a little bit later. And then once this is dry, I'm actually going to pop it out and start over, because it's not a nice even layer like I want it. But no big deal. I'm actually glad when things like this happen, so that you guys can know what to do when it happens to you. Kind of like gel nails, Carol says. I don't know, because I've never actually done gel nails for somebody else. And I haven't paid attention when they're being done for me. Okay, I think that's good enough. I'm going to set that aside. And then see how it pops right out? Just pops right out, and now I have a clean cavity again. And I'm going to start over. So no big drama. And that's what you do if you don't get a good start that second time. And now I've got my UV light ready to go. And now I can start over, and I'll be quicker to put the light on it. Okay. And we've got a nice, also the temperature in your space matters too, and how the resin reacts. So there's a lot of factors to how your resin behaves. And that's why you won't get the same result every time, and you won't necessarily get the same results that other people are getting. So keep that in mind, and don't get frustrated. It's a tricky medium. And also there's so many different kinds, so it can be very confusing as well. I am using, somebody asked, what resin is she using? I am using, it's called Let's Resin. It's a UV resin. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I never know which camera I'm supposed to put it in front of. It comes as a kit, and it comes with tools, and it comes with this light too. So it's a whole kit, and we will link you to it. So what tool are you using? There we go. There's the link to the actual kit, and the tool comes with the kit as well. So this handy little tool comes with the kit. So everything you need comes with this UV resin kit. All right, so I've got 150 seconds, and it's nicely coated. It worked well this time. So we're rocking and rolling now. What? I did it for 150 seconds. Sarah had good results with 90. I had better results with 150. So Olivia brings up a good point, in that the instructions that I was given said 90 seconds. Sarah did this project first, and she had really great results with 90 seconds. I think she was doing it in a different space, and I played around a little bit, and I found better results with 150 seconds. And the reason why I want to bring this up is you want to test different time periods of the UV light. If you go too far, it's going to warp. And if you don't do it long enough, you're going to try to pull it out, and it's still going to be sticky. So play around, do some testing before you're actually doing your project, so that you know in your environment how the resin behaves. Okay, this should be done in just a second. And while it's going, I should be working actually, instead of chatting away. And I'm going to pick our flowers. And I'm going to stick with the project picture that I gave you guys, so that, can I get some scissors, Olivia? Thank you. Okay, so we've got our first coat, and I am going to snip. Oops. Make sure I'm under the camera here. Let's go ahead and switch to this camera, Cassidy. Okay. I am going to snip. You can see this teeny tiny flower. It's really hard to show you guys what I'm doing, but I'm just snipping the extra branches off. And I've got two sweet little orange flowers. And I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to pick one of these off. Another little orange flower. So I like things in threes. So I picked 4 little orange. I really love the color orange because, I don't know, I'm into that right now, probably because it's fall, but it won't be fall during the holidays. So there you go. That's okay. And then I'm picking off some leaves here. These are all dried flowers, and we can link you to the ones that we bought, but there's a lot of different kinds, and you can even dry your own, which would be even more special. And okay, I've got my flowers ready now. And I am going to go ahead and lay my flowers down in here. And it's kind of nice because the UV is set, so it's not going to be sticky. So it gives me a nice canvas to lay out my flowers. And I can kind of take my time, make sure that those are in there. You want to look to the side of your cavity and make sure that the flowers aren't sticking up above the edge rim, because that means they're going to stick out. Once the resin is all set, your flowers will stick out. So make sure they're in there lower than that rim. Okay. And then we're going to do the leaves in another layer. So this first layer, or second layer rather, we're doing the flowers. And we're going to do the eyelet hook in the last layer, or the eye hook. Guys, if I'm using the wrong terminology for these tools, I even asked Sarah, can you tell me what these things are called so I'm not using the wrong names? And she did. She told me, and I can't remember. So I apologize if I'm using the wrong terminology. I'm not a jewelry maker, so these things are new to me, but it's the little eye hook that sticks out. Okay. It's also hard to work with the gloves. That's a thing too, but they're necessary. So I'm being good and using my gloves, but I will say I really want to rip them off. Okay. Now I'm going to set the flowers. When you are pouring the resin on the flowers, don't worry if they move around. That's going to happen. And the nice thing is with the UV, you have a second to set them back in place. So it's not a big deal. You just want to encompass them. And you don't even have to completely encompass them. Like the tops might be sticking out, and that's okay. All right, now we're going to set this. And that's going to get going. And you know what I'm going to do, Sean? I'm going to be working up here. And I am going to start with another cavity and use the time. You got that? Perfect. Okay. And I'm going to set the resin in my A, because as I was working, I realized when I was doing the test projects that I need all the time. And so I need to be using the time when the resin is under the lamp. to be doing other cavities. So I also want to take this tool and work it through the resin and just make sure you're working through any possible bubbles. Though I will say bubbles are okay. And also, yes, when I was working through the project the last time, I had a big cavity that came out from a bubble and I was able to fill it with resin. It was no big deal. So once this is done, we will set the lamp on the A while we work with the leaves for the other one. Okay. 30. Okay, we've got 30 minutes, you guys. How does time go so fast? Okay, that's okay. That's okay. I'm not going to feel rushed. But you guys are going to love Leslie's segment, so I definitely don't want to cut into her time. Okay. Some people have joined late and I'm getting a lot of questions. The UV resin, if we could link that every once in a while in the comments, because people are wanting, it comes in a kit, comes with all the resin tools that you need. It's very convenient. Okay, we're on the second layer and we have our flowers all encompassed in the resin. And we're just waiting for the lamp to go off, and then we're gonna set the lamp on the A. Okay. There we go. And now over to the A. You just have to position the lamp so that the A is under the center of the lamp. You really want to make sure the UV lamp is getting on that A. Okay, there we go. All right, and now we're going to set the leaves. Where's my little tool? There we go. The little tiny tool. Here we go. This one might be a little bit big. But you know what? I kind of am okay with it laying a little bit over. There we go. And so the leaves are toward the back, and it's really nice having the layered effect for this project. All right, now I'm gonna do this one. Oh, you know what? I just did that for 60 seconds. I'm gonna do it for another 60. Okay. The amount of time you have the lamp on your resin is going to depend on how thick your resin is. Because if you, and that's why I say play around with it, because if you have it on too long, it will distort the resin because it gets too warm. So you don't want that. So you have to just really play around with it. So I've got the next coat on there. I'm going to go ahead and pull this over here. And as soon as this lamp goes off, I'm going to set it for more time. So that was probably 30 seconds. So I'm going to go 90 seconds for this next coat. Here we go. No, I'm going to go for the full 150. I just want to keep us moving along. And I can see, I'm looking at my A right now, I can see that there's some bubbles in there, but I'm not too concerned because most of the time, here, I'll move this, Sean. Most of the time, there are fixes for it. If the bubbles are enclosed into the resin, then it's just visual. It's, you know, unless there's a ton of them, it's not going to be structural. But if there is kind of a concave area, I was able to fill it with resin the last time that happened. So I'm not too concerned about that. And then we're going to be working on our birds. After this layer of the resin, we're going to put in the flower cameo, we're going to put our eyelet in there. Oh, we should be working on our eyelets for the other ones too. So I'm going to do that right now. For the bird charm, I am going to, let's see if Sean can get this. Here we go. I am actually not going to cut this one. I'm going to hold this and I'm going to slightly bend this one. Just slightly. It's not going to be L-shaped. It's going to be just slightly curved in because we found that that works best with the shape of the cavity for the little bird charm. So we'll set that there. But the A, oh, darn it. I just realized I forgot to put the eyelet in the A. Darn it. All right, we'll see if we have time to do it over. If we don't, then we're going to just pretend I didn't forget that and you guys won't forget it when you actually do this project. Okay. Okay, this should be close to done. All right, I'm gonna move that. I think it's probably gonna be done soon because we gotta keep cooking along to get this done in time. I knew we were gonna be pushing it to get this whole project done. It was a little bit aggressive to try to do 3 different charms, but that's okay. Okay, and now I've got the eyelet in there. It's just sitting on the edge of the cavity, and I'm going to fill, this is the last go for this cavity, and I'm just going to run the resin around the rope. And then I am going to look, and then I'm going to do, so you want a nice even coat. And I'm just going to look at the side because, yeah, see, I didn't notice a spot here. And then this is not filled. Okay, now it looks even. When you're looking up and down at the resin cavity, or the resin in the cavity, it's really hard to tell what areas that you've missed. And that side view really helps. So we've got that, and we're going to set the lamp for 150 seconds on this one. So are you guys doing this with me, or are you just watching and going to do it later? Probably most of you are watching and going to do it later. That feels like the most practical way to approach it. Is there a length of time you can leave the resin in the mold before putting the light to it? John, that is a really good question, and I'm not sure. It seemed like earlier when I had that real thin coat and it set up a little bit, it seemed like it started to set up even before I put the light on it. So I don't think that you want to do that. I think you want to put the lamp right on it. You do need a special lamp, Robin, but I think even just the warmth of the room will start to set the resin. I could be wrong on that, but that is what it seemed like when I had that thin coat earlier. When I touched it, it was already setting up before the lamp was even on it. Okay. All right, so let's pop this A out here and see how that fared. It's probably going to be perfect because we forgot the eyelet. No, see, okay, it has the same thing it had last time. I don't know if you can get this, Sean. Let me try to. You can see right here, there is a little concave area in this A, and I forgot the eyelet, but I'm gonna show you guys what I did earlier to fix that. So I'm gonna put just a dab of resin in there. Let it sit for a second. And then I'm going to put the lamp on it once the lamp is done on the cameo. It's so fun to pop these out when they're done, when you've done all the layers and all of the layering of the flowers. And there's so many different types of flowers, and this cameo mold has a few different options that would make beautiful, would just be beautiful for this project, that you have kind of more of a blank canvas. Okay, that's done. And now I'm going to set the lamp on this A. I'm going to do for 90 seconds because that's just a small bit. And that's going to just fill in that hole just a little bit, enough to where when it's painted, because I'm going to be painting that gold, you won't be able to tell. And now I'm going to put a little bit of resin in the bird cavity. How much time do I have, Olivia? Okay, 15 minutes. Let's see if we can do this, you guys. I will be so proud of myself if I'm able to do this. So after I put the resin in the bird cavity, I'm using the little stick. Can we see that better, Sean? Here, let me move this out of the way.
Switch lenses, get tighter.
What's that?
I can switch lenses, get tighter.
Okay, let's do that. Let's switch the lens and get a little bit tighter. Okay, I'm using the little stick tool to move the resin around a little bit. Very gently, because it's full and it can easily spill over the top. So I'm being very, very careful. Okay, there we go. All right, and oh, guys, I almost forgot the little eyelet. So bad at that. Okay, so I'm gonna show you, Sean's oh, Sean, that's beautiful. Too bad we're at the end of the project. That's a perfect angle. Okay, so I'm gonna put this little eyelet in right on his wing. Let me see if I can do it from the other angle so you guys can see. I'm working with my left hand here, so I'm just setting it in like so, and it sits into his wing just like that. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and do 150. Even though he's small, I did it for that long the other day and it worked beautifully, so I'm going to go with that. All right, he is our last mold. So let's go ahead and get our ribbon ready. We've got our ribbon. And I did about 8 inches. And for this particular ribbon, it's a little on the thin side. So I doubled it up. And because we're using clamps on the end, we can do that. However, if you are using a thicker ribbon, you don't have to do that. I'm doubling it up because it's a little bit thinner, but I really loved the ribbon. It's a crushed velvet and it's very delicate. And I fell in love with the color. It's just this beautiful gold. So, and then I have my end clamps here. And I'm going to put the ends, make sure they're even, so both ends are getting nicely secured inside the claw here. Okay. And then I'm going to take my needle nose pliers while I'm holding it securely in, and I'm just going to gently work my way from the outside, I'm sorry, from the center to the outside. That way it kind of holds it into place in the center. Oops. Okay. There we go. And make sure the pliers are kind of parallel to your clamp. I did not have it in there secure enough. That did not happen before. That's okay. We'll just open it back up and do it again. Some of you are probably thinking, wow, I could do this better than she's doing it. And you know what? You're right. You could. So please do. All right. But it's good to know that if I can do it, you can too. I really like this length of this one, and it was the last one, so I'm not gonna go with a different one. But that's okay. I had to open it back up, and now I'm gonna do it again. It's a little tricky, as you can see, because there's not a lot of space in there, and you've got to get it secure. So both ends. Let's do this again. Is it in there? Nope. It almost tricked me again. Make sure everything's laying flat. I'm going to do one end this time so it can hold it together. And then this end is giving me a hard time for some reason. Okay. Okay. All right. I got to take this out and use a different one. Can you find me? Those ones are smaller. I need the, yeah, I need the long one in gold if you can find one. All right, I'm starting over with a new one. You got to do the ends that are, here, let me cut them. Maybe they're not straight enough. Let's try it with a nice straight edge. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's perfect. Okay. All right, we're going to do this again. Now, they're in there. This was supposed to be the fast part of the project, by the way. Fast and easy. But at least our charms are done. How much time do we have left? 15 minutes? Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay. All right, you guys, this is clamped in. It's not going anywhere. Okay. I'm going to skip the other half of the clamp, but you clamp the other end as well to give it a little bit of weight at the end. And you can also add a charm at the other end as well, so that it just adds a little bit of character and a little bit of weight at the end. But we got to keep moving. So let's see if we can get this done. We got to pop this out. Okay. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? You can see just those beautiful orange flowers. I love the way the leaves look with the flowers. It's got a little bit of matte finish on some of the areas. So I'm going to show you quickly how to fix that, because that's actually very, very common. So you just put a little drop of the resin, and you use your finger and you move it around And you just make sure you have a nice even coat of the resin. And then you get that beautiful shiny finish and you put the lamp on it again. But this time I'm just going to put the lamp on it because that's a very thin coat. I'm just going to put the lamp on it for 60 seconds on that one. Okay, and in the meantime, we will take out our bird here and pop that out. Okay, and you can see the eyelets in there nice and secure, even though it's a teeny tiny mold. And that bird looks darling. Can you see the bird? There we go. Isn't he so pretty? Now you could paint this bird or you could leave him. I actually experimented and just painted the tips of his wing and his tail, and it was a really pretty look as well. Okay. So as soon as that's done, we're going to paint the edge and then we can assemble. Okay, that's done. And now we can paint. This is a liquid leaf gold paint. It is very fumey, so wear a mask when you're using this for long periods of time. And gloves. Yeah, it is. It's a serious paint. But look at now. Sean, can you get a close up of this charm? See how it's a shiny, beautiful, clear finish now just by putting that top coat. It's a nice little trick if it comes out a little bit matte, not to stress. Okay, now I'm going to just paint just the edge. Sorry, Sean. You can talk too and tell me what to move. Okay, I'm painting just the edge of the rope. And I have to say it's really satisfying. I always love using this paint because it's just really velvety smooth. But it is very fumey. So be cautious. Okay, 5-minute warning. Is that 5 minutes till I'm off or 5 minutes till I'm saying? Well, okay. Okay. There is that Beautimus charm. And then the bird. You know what? I'm not going to paint the bird, guys, because we don't have time. And I want to put this together for you. So let's take the rest of the minutes. I'm going to take my gloves off. And I didn't show you guys the finished project. I want to show you that, what we're working toward here. Isn't that pretty? This is the end of the bookmark, and you can see the other end. I clamped the other end as well, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful bookmark. So let's see if we can take the last 5 minutes here before I introduce Leslie and finish this bad boy. Okay. So now I need my jump rings, and this is just assembly. This is just what you would imagine if you've ever done any kind of jewelry or charm or keychain or many different types of projects. You use jump rings to connect everything, and that's all we're doing here is we're just going to put some jump rings on. I'm using my needle nose here. Sean, I'll move these to the side. Here we go. Using my needle nose pliers to open up the jump ring. There we go. Okay. And then I like to use a few jump rings so that the charms have a little bit of, I need those. She took my jump rings. so that my charms have a little room to jingle around, I guess, movement. Otherwise, they're just too tight, I noticed. Okay, so I'm going to close this one. All right, I'm determined to finish this. Now that gold paint dries fairly quick, so but not this quick, so it's still a little bit wet, but you should be ready in like 30 minutes to go ahead, depending on your environment, dry time, to go ahead and put your charms on. So we're just going to be able to put the bird and the cameo on because I forgot to put the eyelet in the A, darn it. Okay, so I'm giving the cameo its own eyelet, and now I'm going to give the bird, and make sure they're facing the same way. That was a little bit tricky for me. You want to lay it down so that you make sure that your bird is facing the right way when you connect him. Okay, let me take one more eyelet. Okay, and open it up. All right. Okay, I'm going to close this and we are done. I'm gonna... Okay, and it's done. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Done is relative. Obviously, you can paint the bird, you can add another charm, you want to clamp the end. So we skipped a few steps, but you get the idea and you can see the finished project. If you have any questions at all, here's the finished one with the little A charm in it. The letter is what personalizes it. To me, personalizing gifts is one of the reasons I love IOD, is with our alpha stamps and our alpha mold, you can really personalize gifts. And I love that. I think it's just a really special touch to make people feel special and thought of. And handmade gifts are something that we can go face to camera now. Oh, now we're going to be so super close to my face. Okay, thank you. Okay, you guys probably want to know about the giveaway. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about that. Let's see. All right, will you bring me, if you can find them, I forgot to get these ready, Gloria, the Gloria paint inlay, and the tinsel foil. I'm not sure if they're over there. They might be. Tinsel and Gloria. The giveaway is for our Gloria paint inlay and our tinsel foil transfer. And they are part of our much coveted holiday collection, you guys. So you're definitely going to want to enter this giveaway. And let's see. What are the rules for the giveaway? All right, we're going to give it to 3 people for sharing this stream today. It could not be more simple. So go ahead and share this stream. Even though it's midstream, people can catch it halfway. They can watch the replay. So if you share it, you're automatically part of the giveaway. So just let us know you shared it, tag us, and we will enter you into the giveaway. And 3 different people will win both of those products. Okay, that's the giveaway. And now I want to introduce the lovely, fabulous Leslie Saeta. Leslie Saeta. Say that 10 times fast.
I can't hear her.
butchering her intro. I wanted to do it myself because I love Leslie and I know Leslie, but I want to make sure that that I do it justice and give all of her credentials because she's amazing. So let's see. Okay, here we go. I'm going to read it. Author of the book A Home to Share, which I have that book. It's amazing. It's so much IOD in there. And she just shares some wonderful tips for entertaining, which she's going to do next. Leslie is a full-time lifestyle blogger and Instagram content creator of the widely popular My 100-Year-Old Home. Featured in over 30 magazines in the LA Times and on the Today Show, Leslie shares home decor, DIY crafts. We're loving her already, aren't we? Recipes, remodeling, and entertainment tips daily on her blog and social media. Entertaining, not entertainment. Two very different things. Leslie enjoys sharing her ever-changing real life, which includes simple and easy ways to create home decor for your home. She also blogs about how to grow your Instagram account and organize events and parties in her home. Leslie lives in Southern California in their 100-year-old family home with her husband and has 3 grown sons, a daughter-in-law, and a grandson. So without further ado, here is Leslie.
Thank you so much. It is so fun to be here, you guys. I'm so excited, and I've been a huge fan of Iron Orchid for a very long time. I think we've worked together maybe 4 or 5 years. Just to give you a little bit more information about me, I am in South Pasadena, California, and all of the things that Sally said are true, but I have to tell you my favorite thing, even more than home decor, is entertaining. And I want to talk a little bit about that. But first, let me show you some of the craft items that I've made using mostly the air dried clay and the molds. And then we're going to get into the details of how to make them. And then what I'm going to do before that is I'm going to talk a little bit about how to the kind of my tips for entertaining, because I know a lot of people are intimidated by it. And entertaining, as far as I'm concerned, is just if it's my husband and I at dinner. But I want to give you some really fun tips of ways I kind of really enjoyed the process. So let me start out by showing you some items that I've made. And I'll go ahead and start with these candle holders. Now, this is the trimmings to mold that I used by just using an ordinary candlestick that you can buy at a craft store. But look at the difference. Okay, I also took some very inexpensive plastic napkin rings, and look at the molding on the side. Look how pretty that looks. Wonderful. Then I made these little egg cups. These are actually you can see the very inexpensive cups you can find at a craft store or even like at somewhere like Home Depot. And I made these for egg cups to do a table. Then using the incredible stamps, I made this table runner. You can see here, isn't that beautiful? Now, the way I do this is I first stamp the table runner, which you can just buy this for like $10 online, is I use the stamp with like white paint and I stamp that. And then I go back and I kind of haphazardly add the paint. And then once it's all dry, I go back with a darker color of the stamp and stamp it on top. And it kind of looks very professional, which is my way to kind of enjoy doing things. And I always say I want to make a craft that looks like you had to spend a lot of money to buy it, but I actually made it for next to nothing. So you can see how pretty that is. Now, I should probably mention my blog. It's my 100yearoldhome.com, my 100yearoldhome.com. And if you go on there and you just go into the search bar and you type in Iron Orchid, there's probably 10 to 15 posts that'll come up that gives you more detail about all of these things. Okay, next, I made these little English advertising pots. Once again, just a clay pot painted. I just put some standard clay up here just for the rim and then stamp these. And then look at this. This is a cake stand that I made. All I did, I started with this and you can see it's right here. And then I added the trimmings to molding around the edges. And look how great that is. Kind of a funky color for me, but I was doing a really fun kind of blush, peachy pink spring decor. And I use this all the time. Okay, and then last but not least, and I'm going to get into detail on these today, is you guys are very familiar with these super boring chargers that you can buy. Oh, somebody wanted to know the paint color on the runner. And just so you know, the runner came this blue, and then I just used mixtures of 2 different shades of purple, 2 different shades of green, and a little bit of yellow in the center. So, okay, you guys have seen these. I paid $1.99 for this, and I took this and turned it into this. So this is kind of a fall theme, as you can see. I've also done something more traditional, and I use these chargers all the time. They look so great with my plates on them. And then one year I did a big pink Christmas theme, and I had to do it out in our carriage house because I have a mother of 3 boys and a grandson. You can only imagine how that would have gone over, but look how pretty these are. So pretty with my pink plates. So it's just, for me, the joy of entertaining is wonderful, but then to add in some things that are homemade, for me, that's how I kind of share my heart. And I can't wait to share how I made all of those. So before I go to my slides, I just want to show you my book. It's called A Home to Share. That is a room in our living room. And there's a lot of IOD stuff in here. So I'm just going to show you. This is the Tremo mirror that I made. You can see it here. Sorry, it's a little bit hard to see. But I had so much fun sharing this in my book. And the candlesticks I just told you about, there they are. And I'm going to show you exactly how to make those today. And then last but not least, the chargers. So this book, in case you're curious, is how it's based on the premise of how to make your home best suited for you, your family, and your friends. And it's a really fun project because it's the funniest thing happened to me when I was doing this. I realized our living room was set up the way my in-laws had the room set up when we bought the house from them over 20 years ago. And I thought, that doesn't really work for my family. So I need to look at this room and every other room in our house and make sure it's best suited. So it's been really, really wonderful. So, okay, now let's go ahead and take a look at the slides. And don't laugh at this first slide, but yes, I own all these plates. And what the point I'm trying to make here is, when it comes to entertaining, there's 2 things I believe in. Number 1, it doesn't need to cost a lot of money. And number 2, don't make a table so pristine that when your guests walk in to sit down, they're intimidated. You want a table to be inviting. You want a table to be fun. And all of these markets. Now, I've been doing this for like 20 years, but most of those plates I probably paid $1, $2, $4. And do I own 12 of every plate? Absolutely not. Some of them I own 4, but see, like, look at the blue ones. If I was going to set a table, I would absolutely mix those 3 blue plates. So if I had 2 of each and I was doing a party of 6, perfect, I'm done. You can see I kind of have an affinity for blue, for pink, and kind of some neutral tones. But it's just been a really fun process. And not only do I mix and match plates, I have silver, my regular silver that I registered for when I got married, in a drawer that I use every single day. And I put it in the dishwasher, and I know it's kind of controversial, but I've been doing it for almost 30 years and it hasn't been a problem. But I also have some silver plate that I have bought a fork at a time at vintage places, vintage flea markets. And I love mixing and matching that. I've also been collecting glassware. And fortunately, in our 100-year-old home, we do have a butler's pantry. And that's where I keep all this stuff, just in case somebody wants to see that. But this has really been a very fun process. And I just want you to know that if you just have white plates, that's fine too. You can have some fun and maybe make some napkins or something from fabric at the local fabric store, and just really make sure you make these tables welcome. So let's go to the next slide, and I'll just give you an idea of some of these tables I made. Now, this was for Valentine's Day, surprise, surprise. And the really pretty glassware that you see here is cranberry glass that I've been collecting for a long time. But do you see the really light pink glasses? Those are from Amazon. And I think I probably paid $4 or $5 a piece. And the placemats are really basic hyacinth placemats that are very inexpensive that I'll use on a super formal table. The candlesticks don't match. You can probably see that. And the two on the outside I took these and just covered them with copper foil. So it's not about spending a lot of money. It's about putting together a table that everyone's going to enjoy and feel welcome with. So let's look at the next table. This was from last Christmas. And it's not your traditional colors. It's a little more pink and red. And when you've been blogging as long as I have and you want to change your colors every year, you kind of have to reach outside of the boundaries and have some fun with it. But this is a really, really fun table. And you'll see I added some ribbons on the back. The one on the far right has a rhinestone belt buckle that costs like $1. And the one in the middle has some fresh greenery. The one on the chair on the left-hand side has some eucalyptus. And this is just a fun table that I created. And you can't see right here, but I'll show you another table where I use different plates and I mix and I match them. And then down the center of the table, you can see some pomegranates and some petals from the roses, and I call that scatter. And I love just to make the table fun. So when people walk in, they're like, wow, what have you done? And it's welcoming. It's not intimidating. So let's go ahead and look at the next slide. This is one from a previous Christmas year. And I have a tendency to put a lot of things on the table that don't normally go on a table. One year I did a music theme, and I found at the flea market old vintage Christmas album covers. I think they had the albums inside, but I just wanted the covers. And that's what I used as my chargers. And I did a whole music thing. And I had it was very non-traditional and very, very fun. So you can see that one. Let's go to the next slide. Here is a table I did a little more traditional in the Christmas colors. I use fresh flowers. I use faux flowers in my centerpieces, and I often combine them. Put fresh and faux together. Especially, I like to use faux if it's going to be somewhere that I want to keep that arrangement for some time. And so I have an incredible collection of faux flowers kind of everywhere. But anyway, you can see this now. If you go to the next slide, you'll see a closer up. These are two photos from the table. So I've got some apothecary jars with some old vintage Christmas bulbs in them, but look at the two place settings. They're totally different. And that's why I just like to mix and match. And I don't think it matters. I think it makes the table even a little more interesting, which is kind of fun. Here's another one that you can see. We have a table in our family room, and that's a framed TV in the back. So every month I change the art based on what the theme is, pretty much based on the season. And you can just see some traditional spode plates here, but I've got a vintage bowl that's got some other wonderful bulbs in it. And those green glasses are also from Amazon. So it just kind of depends on what you want to do and what you want to create, but I love it. Now, another thing I'd love to encourage people is to do a dinner not in your dining room. And a lot of that is in my book. And here's an example of where I set a little poolside table in our backyard. And I just pulled the cushions off of the cushions for our regular table, big dining table, and put those out there. And you can see how pretty it was. Very, very fun. Okay, let's look at the next one. Here's another one. And remember those candlesticks I told you? Look how beautiful they are. Right here, and I'm going to show you how to make them. Very, very simple. And you can't see, but the chargers are on there too. This is a photo from my book, just so you know. Okay, let's look at the next one. I did a farm to table theme in our backyard and pulled the table with help from my sons into the center of our backyard, put up the umbrella, and set a really fun farm to table. And let me take you to the next slide, and you can see how much fun I had with the place setting. The chargers were actually cutting boards. I wrapped up, and I didn't make the French bread, but I wrapped it and added a little rosemary to it with some twine and just had fun. The centerpiece is basically just fresh vegetables. And it was so fun to do and just something to surprise all my friends, which I love. Okay, let's look at the next one. Now, this was something I created for my book. and it was a dinner party for 40 people. And I actually built those with my handyman, built those, the bases and the stands. That's a 4x4 post that goes through the middle. And I attached the little levers that you can just hook in, the 1x2s to go across the top. And I basically built what I call an outdoor living room. And this was one of those things that I knew it was going to be so spectacular for the book that I had to be able to actually use it. Because a lot of time when I set these tables, I set them, take a picture and take them down, because my kids aren't here all the time and it's a little much for my husband and I to sit at a table for 8. But this was something so special. So we were doing the photo shoot for the book, I think on a Tuesday. And so I invited everyone to come that night for dinner, all of our friends. And I said, it's a surprise and it's potluck, because I knew I couldn't cook the food. Normally I do. I cook the food for a Christmas party every year for 250 people, but this I knew I wouldn't have time. And so just to give you a close-up of this table, it was spectacular, you guys, simply amazing. And those chandeliers hanging down aren't really lights. They are vintage lampshades where I ripped all the fabric off. And then I took, we call them sausages, but they're the floral foam that's in little sausage pieces, and you can put it around the base of the lampshade wet. And then we put fresh flowers in there. And it was so spectacular. And I'm so happy that I did this dinner. And I'll tell you why. Because when my friends all got there, they thought for a minute that I had done this just for them and not for the book photo shoot. So I had to kind of fess up. But I actually got tears in my eyes because it was so spectacular and so much fun. And I just have to say that there's a whole spread on this party in the book, and so much fun. And I absolutely loved putting this together. Speaking of which, we have a house in Ventura, very close to the beach. And it's kind of a funny thing. We live on a beach where you can actually drink alcohol legally. It's a state beach or a county beach, whichever one it is. The lifeguard told me that. So I thought one time, wouldn't it be fun to do a dinner on the beach? So let's go to the next slide. And I created this dinner on the beach, and it's literally on the beach. Now I've done probably 5 times, and the 4th time I did it, I set the table too close to the water. My boys, my husband, myself, and my daughter-in-law were all sitting out here. It was a beautiful night. The waves were coming in, and I started thinking they're coming in too close. And so it got to the point where, yes, we felt water on our feet and we just started eating. So we each had to take one of the posts and lift it up and move it back like 10 feet. A little bit of a buzzkill, but it was kind of funny that you have to be smart. But this is truly one of the most spectacular dinners I've ever done. And the thing about this is I could serve McDonald's and it would have been fine. Oh, somebody wants to know if these are bedposts. No, these are actually old porch pillars. And I bought these from a friend of mine I just bought 4 of them. And then I just attached I think those are 1x2s or 2x3s across and around, and that holds the top. And then because they're porch posts and they have a hole at the center, I pounded in steel rods into the sand and then slipped the porch post on top of it. And that's how it stood up. So, so much fun, but you can see the table up close. Oh, what I was going to tell you is I could have served McDonald's for dinner and no one would have cared, because to do all this and then to cook the dinner is a little much, but it is truly oceanside dining like you've never imagined. And we're lucky we live in an area that's not super crowded, but you can do this in your backyard. You could do this in a park. You could do it anywhere. And it's all about finding a different place in your home. So I have done dinners in our living room, floor, them upstairs yet, a lot in the backyard. And I'm always looking at my backyard going, okay, we haven't done one over here and we haven't done one over there. I did one in the front yard one time, which was really fun. People were walking by and we were talking. And if you had we don't have a big front porch, but a porch is a perfect place to do a fun dinner. It just creates something that's really cool. So anyway, all right. Is that my last slide? Oh, it is. Okay. That's my last slide. So I just wanted to give you guys kind of a premise of how to do something creative. Now, when it comes to buying flowers, of course, I don't go to a florist. I buy a lot of my, almost I either buy them at the downtown flower mart in LA, but recently I've bought almost all my flowers at local grocery stores because they're inexpensive, they're easy to get, and so much fun to do. But like I said, you can do a faux flower arrangement. Faux flowers are so beautiful these days that you can have a kind of a permanent arrangement in a room if you want. So it's really been a fun process. And if there's any more questions you guys want to post up or anything, keep asking. But I really want to encourage you guys to not be intimidated by entertaining. One idea that I did last year for our Friendsgiving dinner, which we've done now for about 10 years, and I want you all to steal this idea. Instead of doing regular place cards, and we had 6 couples at dinner, I found a quote, and you can just go online or go onto ChatGPT and say, give me a quote about a person who likes to play golf. And the quote will come up. And then I printed a different quote for each person and put it on the plate, but their name wasn't on it. So when they came into the dining room, they all had to figure out who sat where. And it was so much fun. And I did it for Thanksgiving the year before with my kids. And there's so many little things like that that you can do. And it just sets the mood for a very fun evening. I've used Scrabble tiles, which you can buy anywhere, but the little wood Scrabble tiles to type out people's names. And then it's funny because by the end of the night, people are taking all the Scrabble tiles and trying to leave me messages, which is fun. Even for a while, I actually had them in a jar at the front door, and I told my kids to text me with the Scrabble tiles, which was fun. But I really want to just encourage you guys to enjoy it. Okay, what have you found to be your best resource for finding vintage items for decor? Probably vintage flea markets. So I'm really lucky. The Rose Bowl Flea Market is really close to my home, and they're once a month. But I've sought out all the vintage flea markets in Southern California. There are some great vintage stores that I visit. I did go to Round Top for quite a few years. I have an Airbnb in Waco, Texas, so I was out there designing for that. But you can also find a lot of things online. So I just encourage you. I usually don't go out with anything specific in mind. Sometimes I do, but I'm always thinking about when I see something that is really cool and it has this purpose, but how can I reuse it in a different way? If that makes any sense. So it's been really fun. So I just want to, like I said, explain to you guys that entertaining doesn't have to be a big deal. Now, yes, if you follow me on Instagram or my blog, you'll know every Christmas, as I mentioned, we have a party for over 200 people. I do cook all the food. I do all the decorations, but I do have a group of people that come in on the day of the party and they cook the 17 hors d'oeuvres that I've already made. And they clean up everything, they serve everything, and it's been really fun. So a little nerve-wracking, but it's a really fun process to see how I have this thing called a color-coded spreadsheet on how to put it all together. And that's in my book too. But it's just been something that I'm so passionate about, as you can probably tell. And I love being able to treat my guests like they're the most special thing in the world, whether they're my kids, my daughters-in-law. I have another one since my bio was written. And I just want to encourage you guys to gain some of that passion, which is really fun. Okay, so let's talk about, let me see here. Okay, yeah, so let's start with the plates. Now, these are charger plates. These are not plates that you eat with. These are the plates that go down on top of a placemat underneath a plate that you're actually going to be eating on. So as I mentioned, this is one I did for a pink Christmas. So many pink Christmas ideas. This is actually the trimmings to mold as well, which is great. And then I wanted to do something fall, of course. Chargers are something I think it's really hard to find, but this with the turkey plate or the blue and white Delamere Spode plate that I have is absolutely spectacular. So I'm going to show you guys how to make these. And like I mentioned, you can buy these. Oh, they both were $1.99. And I paint them just using regular plain acrylic paint. I typically don't use white. I usually add a little brown into my paint. and mix it. So it's just going to not be quite so non-shiny. Oh, the name of my book, if someone wants to know, is A Home to Share. You can just put in my 100-year-old home in your search bar and it'll come up there too. But the way you want to make these is you want to start out with, of course, your clay. And then here's the trimmings to mold. And for this one, I use this one over here. And you're just going to put the clay in here. Now, I actually put some in to show you guys for the candle holders, but you can see it looks well used, which is good. And I just put the clay in here, pressed it down, kind of scraped it over the top, let it dry a little bit and pulled it out. And the minute I brought it out, I went to my plate and I just started placing it on here. And you can see on here, you can see in between the seams, there's one here and there's one here. And what you want to do before this dries is you want to go back and add clay in here because, as you know, when it dries, it shrinks a little bit. And just put enough clay in here so when it dries, there won't be a seam, which is really wonderful. So you can see how that does. And I just went all the way around. And you do have to do this when it is wet. Otherwise, obviously, it wouldn't mold. And you glue it down. And by the way, you can see right back here, see all my iron orchid stuff up here and over here. It's right in top, center, and front. But you basically get to this point. Then you can see here, there's where I put the extra clay in so it covers the seam. And then you want to paint it like I did here. There's white paint on this quadrant right here. And then here, I decided, you know what, that looks a little too white. So I went back and I added some antiquing. And all I did was take a small brush with a little bit of gray paint, very thin, very wet, and just kind of loosely go over it. And you can see how you can get that look. These take a little while to dry, as I'm sure you can imagine. And then when you're done, you definitely want to seal them, just because when people have a plate on here, especially at Thanksgiving, they're going to get food along the edges, which I know is a little bit silly. But it's just really nice to be able to wipe it off really easily. You don't wash these or anything. You just wipe them off. But you can see how these are made. So are there any specific questions about how I made these? But I'll show you the completed one down here so you can see it. There it is. And if you want to know what I seal it with, I have a poly. I wonder if I have it right here. You can see it. I don't think I do. Everything is labeled in the background, which is so much fun. But I just use a polyacrylic seal and put it on top and let it dry. You could do 2 coats if you want. 1 or 2 typically work really, really well. But as you can see, these are just fun. And I should have brought a plate up. I'm up on our 3rd floor. This is actually my craft area. And my craft room has been all over my house. It was downstairs off the family room, and that didn't work because there's just too much stuff going on. I would have a tendency to bring it out to the kitchen and the dining room table, and my poor husband doesn't need to live with all my craft things because I always have usually 2, 3, or 4 crafts going on at any time. And this time of the year, I'm not going to turn the camera over and show you what's happening on that table. It's kind of scary. But I have this area now on the 3rd floor, which is absolutely wonderful. It's kind of like what we call it the mother-in-law suite. I have my dream box here. And the reason why I love that is you can actually close it up and it looks like an armoire, which is fun. But as you can see, everything's all has a place. And this was a first for me. I have a big craft storage room and everything's labeled, but this is so wonderful because I can come up here and in a second I can grab things. Okay, looks like I'm getting the plates plastic. Yes, they are. Let me see if it says on here what they're made from. But they're definitely plastic. You can hear that. Really inexpensive. I've actually seen them for 99 cents. But here, yeah. And you just paint them. Now, this one has kind of a sheen to it. This one doesn't as much, but you just want to put the paint down to start out with. So you have a kind of regular surface to paint. I don't have a YouTube channel. Actually, I do, but I don't post to it. But if you go to my Instagram, I typically try to post a reel every single day. I am one of those bloggers or influencers, I hate that term, that vlogs every single day, 365 days a year. If you sign up to follow me, you'll get a blog post in your email. So be careful what you wish for. No, I'm kidding. But today I made some, actually, this is rather appropriate. I made some trees. You know those cookie cutters you can buy that have all the different layers of the tree? Well, you typically make those a cookie tree. I made a clay tree and made the clay trees, and the whole DIY is on there on my Instagram. There's a video that you can see. And then when you go to my blog, it's the step-by-step of how you make everything. So as I mentioned, it's pretty crazy how I blog every single day, but it's my full-time job and I love it. And I pinch myself every day thinking I get to do this for a living. Okay. Okay. Yes. So to answer the question, when I make this here with the mold, while it's still wet, you take it out and then you put the glue on this area here and you attach it right away, because that's the only way it'll stay soft. And I also, when I put the next piece in, I bring it really close to it and kind of, I'm going to use a word that's probably not in the dictionary, scrunch it together. So you don't have too much of a seam right here. But yeah, you want to do that while it's wet, because that's the only way it'll curve, and then it'll dry. And then that's when you can go ahead and paint it again, do a little antiquing if you want, just with a gray wash, and then seal it. So hopefully that answers the question. Okay. Sorry.
Hey, Leslie.
Yes. Hello.
I'm busting in on you here.
Okay.
You have plenty of time left. That's not why.
Oh, I know.
I just wanted to mention that. Well, first I wanted to clarify an answer to one of the questions about the molds around the charger plate. Because it's a charger plate, it is not food safe. And that's okay. Like the clay is not food safe. So
yeah, I mentioned that you put the food plate on top of this.
Right.
Yeah.
So that just to answer that question and make sure that's clear, it's the clay is not food safe. The mold is food safe if you're only using it for food.
Correct.
So that is food safe. But the clay, obviously you don't want to wash it and you don't want to be eating off of that either. It's just to make the table beautiful.
Yeah.
So
it kind of hides underneath your dinner plate, but it adds a really great kind of pop to your table.
I also wanted to ask, asking for a friend. If you are the person who is highly disorganized, but you love to entertain, you love to have people over, and you like to make it special. So I have a hostess heart. However, I really struggle with time management specifically. I know you have this wonderful spreadsheet, color-coded spreadsheet, which I want to look at and dive into. But do you have any tips, like takeaway tips that are maybe a little more basic for those of us who struggle with time management and entertaining specifically?
Absolutely. The most important thing is do as little as possible on the day of the party. So you want to have, because it's that last minute, I don't think I'm going to get it done in time, which I've experienced 1,000 times. That is what ruins it for you as the hostess. And you want to be the one who's so relaxed and everyone's there and people always say to me, how are you so relaxed, Leslie? You enjoy this? And I'm like, oh, if they could have seen me last night, they would never know. But if your party's on a Saturday, I always have my table set on Thursday.
Wow.
Like, down to everything out. And I always do place cards, and sometimes I might just cut them on my Cricut machine, cut them out, put those down. If I'm going to do those really cool quotes I told you guys about, those are all done. My table is done. With the flowers, Thursday, you should be fine still. Sometimes I will have the vases there and I'll get the flowers on Friday morning. I would never get them on the day of the party. Always the day before at least. But that's done. Okay. My menu.
That's good to hear, because with the flowers especially, I just threw my daughter's 16th birthday party,
Uh-huh.
and her and I are very creative. And so we have grand ideas and we have this grand plan. And we were running around like chickens with our heads cut off the day of. And I felt like we had to get the flowers that day. And
No.
so that was a huge undertaking, just driving to Trader Joe's and getting all the flowers. So you're saying if you get them a couple of days before, how do you keep them fresh?
Okay, well, I have a cheater. We have a wine cellar in the basement. So if I'm going to do them on Thursday, everything. Oh, remember those flower crowns I showed you?
Yeah.
We did those the day before, but I was still worried because we only had the Floral Oasis
Yeah.
kind of thin. Those were down in the wine cellar, staying really cool. But
Okay.
the day before a party, unless it's like really hot in your house, then you absolutely can do the flowers the day before. If you're
Okay.
not comfortable with that, I would buy the flowers the day before. I would take each flower and clip it and take the stems off and get them all ready to be arranged and put them in big buckets of water somewhere in a dark, cool place.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe you get unlucky with hydrangeas. Sometimes hydrangeas, as you know, you buy them and they're dead the next day, which
Yeah.
is a whole nother story. But 99.9% of the time, you are totally fine. And it's so nice to have that done. And then the menu is something that now I always cook my own food. I'm a little bit crazy in that stance. But if you are cooking your own food, when you plan the menu, don't plan things you'll have to make right when everyone gets there.
Okay. So be strategic with your menu.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Be strategic. You should see the menu for my Christmas party and you will see it. And this year I changed 6 things, which my friends will probably all kill me for, but it's all based on how far in advance I can make them.
Okay.
And so you want to make sure, hold on one second. You want to make sure that you can actually make a lot of things in advance. And it's just more fun that way. And there's so many side dishes that you can make the day before. Now, the day of, maybe you're going to be grilling, whatever you're doing, there will be, of course, last minute preparation, but the dessert, you for sure want to be able to at least have it ready to go in the oven before your guests come.
Okay. This would be music to my husband's ears because this is his gift. He's very, very good at planning and time management. I, however, am not, and I have just the ideas. And I really want it to be special. I do like cooking everything homemade from scratch, but I'm terrible at gauging time and how long something's going to take. So I love this. That was such a good tip. So just have everything done in advance that you
and
can.
You're building a buffer for yourself. And so okay, you probably wonder, how do I make 17 hors d'oeuvres and 8 desserts for 250 people? And you alluded to the color-coded spreadsheet, but it's something I came up with. We were doing the party like 36 years, I think, when we had 40 friends to begin with. Not now that we have a big list. It was really easy back then. But about
the word got out.
15 years ago, I thought, this is going to kill me. It is so crazy. And for me, the stress is being afraid I'm not going to get everything done on time. It's not doing the work. It's just the organization. So I came up with this color-coded spreadsheet. I'm going to kind of explain it to you because you could use this for a bridal shower, a dinner party. All it does is for me, I have 2 weeks before the party. And it has a day like Monday, December, whatever, Tuesday, and it goes for 2 weeks. And then on each day, I start with the first thing on the menu and I block in what day I have to do what. So let's say I'm making crab cakes. I can make the sauce for our parties on Saturday. I can make the crab cakes on Thursday and I can make the sauces on Thursday. So on Thursday, there's 2 things. Make and assemble the crab cakes and make the lemon dill sauce. And I go through every single item and it's all put on the day it has to be done. A lot of those desserts I can make 3 weeks in advance and freeze them. Okay. And so what happens at the end of every day, as long as I've gotten everything done, I don't have to worry because I know everything's planned out. And it's so funny. It's totally changed my approach of being able to pull off the party, but I'm not kidding. My house is decorated by December 1st at the latest. My dining room table is ready by like Wednesday for a Saturday party, including the platters are out there with a Post-it note that says what's going on each platter.
Oh, wow.
And that's how crazy
That
I
is
am.
next level. I
Yeah,
am
but
just
it's
so
not
impressed.
but it's not really. It's that is like the grand, party of all parties. But for a regular dinner party, I just have my menu. I know what I'm going to do, and it's not that hard. It's really not.
Okay.
So, but
Okay.
it's so much fun.
Okay.
It's so much fun. And the color coded spreadsheet is in the book. A lot of the entertaining, the way my book is arranged is it kind of goes through all the rooms and areas of our house, including a lot in the backyard. And it talks about how you can make that room fit for your family. And then it talks about how you can host a really fun party. And there's some crazy ones in there you guys aren't going to believe. We do like a Top Chef one in the kitchen, and it's just super fun. So
Okay. So we definitely want to encourage people to get your book, A Home
yeah,
to Share.
home to share.
I have
It's on
it.
Amazon.
You have to get it. But can I put you on the spot and ask if you would be willing to share the PDF of your color-coded spreadsheet as a template with our audience?
Well, the problem with that is I can't, because it doesn't mean anything unless you have the stuff in there. But it's in my book, and
Okay.
it's on my blog too. It's on my
It's
blog.
on your blog.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
fabulous.
it kind of it's really based. It's just a Google sheet. It's so simple, but you'll kind of see
Well, it's simple
colors.
to you,
I
maybe.
know. Then once you see it, just go to my blog and type in Christmas party. And there's plenty of blog posts over the many, many years, and you'll see what it looks like. But
Okay.
I have friends that do it for a party for 6 people, just so they know, to make sure. And then if I want to print menus, I can do those. And I reuse a ton of stuff. Really funny story.
Okay.
My son started, hopefully she won't be watching this, I can tell you, but I have these cutout names I've done on the Cricut, which are super fun. I absolutely love them. And I keep them because the same people keep coming over, and they're cut out and they're really kind of elaborate. And I had the whole table set, and I went back in and I'm like, I forgot to do something in here. And I looked down and I don't have the name for Ellie. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to run upstairs and plug my Cricut in and cut it. And then I look down and I realized my sister-in-law, Shelly, who spelled Shellie, I cut off the SH and I put it down, and I was set.
See, now that's me 100% of the time. That's me the entire day of the party.
Yes. So
doing that for everything. And then the whole second half of the party just doesn't get done.
Yeah.
But people have a good time.
Exactly. Somebody wants to know the name of the book, A Home to Share. It's on Amazon. If you go to Amazon, just put in name or My 100-Year-Old Home, it'll come up.
Somebody said, imagine if you find stuff, then combine with IOD. Oh, yeah. So actually, a lot of the party for my daughter, we used IOD for it to personalize it. And she was a pro. She was making name tags and place cards, and it really was beautiful, even though it wasn't as grand as we pictured it to be. Everyone else thought it was beautiful. So I'll share that with you guys.
I'm sure it was.
Lots
You
of
have no idea how many people have wanted to buy these. And they're like, where did you get
They're
these?
beautiful. They really are.
I'll show you. So I have 3 different sizes that I made. And you guys have seen these, I'm sure, at craft stores all the time. They're just wood.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like $4 or something. And you just make the clay like this in the trimmings to mold. And then you attach it with glue like that. See how basic that is? And then
I love that.
You paint it white like this. And then you do the antiquing, and you get it to look like this. And then when I sealed it is when it got a little shiny.
I actually have my fall table scape for my dining table is candlesticks all painted white, some white bases, and then the same kind of fall leaves in everything. So it's really beautiful. And I love all of the candlesticks, and the way that you can go to a thrift store and you can buy just plain mismatched candlesticks, put
Absolutely.
molds on them,
Yes.
paint them all the same color, and they make the most gorgeous tablescape.
I think it looks better when they don't match. And just like I think a table, if you imagine going into a dining room like when your mom or your grandmother used to set a table and everything was perfectly exactly the same and formal, very pretty. I'm not knocking it, but the feeling of walking into that versus walking into a table that has all these different white candlesticks that are all fun and different, and flowers, and then it's got rose petals down, and it's got like fruit and various other things on the table, and then you've got mixing and matching happening, and that just kind of creates a welcoming, this is going to be a fun dinner kind of feel.
It does. It adds a little bit of whimsy, but I will say there is some skill involved, or maybe it's more experience. I think it is experience, a part skill, part experience, of having an eye on how to mix in a way that makes sense. And what helps with painting everything the same color is you can have so many different shapes and textures. And if you have a unifying thing like color, it's all the same color, or it's all the same texture, or then it really brings everything together and it's not confusing to the eye. So I feel like there's a balance there.
I'll be honest with you, it is more often than not where I bring everything out and I put it down, I'm like, nah, it's not working. And maybe it's like too busy or too different. Color, I mentioned earlier with the blue plates, color, it makes it so easy. If you use different blue and white plates that don't match because you found one here and one there and one there, but you liked them, so who cares? $1 a piece. That is really fun. Sometimes I'll make it more uniform if I use maybe the same salad plate on top, but often I don't have 8, so I might have 5 or 6 of each, and I'll alternate them, and that's kind of fun. But it's just so nice to have the opportunity to have fun with your table and not feel like, oh, it has to be super formal.
And you bring up a good point too, in that playing. You have to bring everything out, whether it's mixing pillows, mixing your bedding, mixing pictures in a picture gallery, whatever it is where you're trying to mix different colors, patterns, shapes, imagery. You really have to play. Give yourself time. Don't get frustrated and give up and say, oh, this doesn't work. Play with it and pull everything together, and until it makes sense to you. And a lot of times it's not even rule-based. A lot of times you don't even know why it's not working or is working.
It's just
you just have to do it. It's just your gut. And you'll know when you know. And unfortunately, that's just the way of the game. So
I've made mistakes. I can tell you, I've looked back at some tables on my blog and I'm like, ooh, Leslie, really? But at the time I loved it. And if I did, who cares? It's not
that's how you learn.
Exactly.
Am I right? That's how you learn.
100%. And my tables, like if you go way, way back on the blog, although the first comment I ever got on my blog, I told my kids, you guys, no one's like commenting on my blog. Come on, go out there. And the first comment is, Mom, we're out of ice cream.
Oh my God.
Ever in the history of the world. My first comment ever. But
I love that.
But I want to mention something about my kids. But first, I just wanted to say way, way, way back when my tables were all looking pretty boring and pretty kind of, white plates and white napkins. And over time, I've just decided I really want to have fun with this. And it's been great. But the thing about your kids that you don't realize is how much they learn growing up in your home. So for example, so many little things that I've done, I catch in my kids' homes, and it just makes my heart so happy. Like I'll open up. So I use the mason jars for drinking glasses, for casual drinking glasses.
Yeah,
sure enough, I went to my son's house, their new house, and I opened up and there were all the mason jars. And I was like, oh my gosh. But it's so cute because my daughter-in-law will say, well, Andrew wanted me to buy these placemats because you've had these forever at your house. Or I think she said to me, I think I want some Christmas plates because I think that's a really important thing to have. Andrew told me, and I'm thinking, wonder where he got that idea. But it makes my heart, I have all boys. So, but it's it's so wonderful. But there is something in my book that I did where I made these placemats, and I made like a drawing of where the plate goes and the right fork and the right knife and the spoon. And those are really fun to use for your kids when they're learning how to set a table. And it's
Oh, I
kind of
like
like
that.
it's a fun process where they're blank on one side and on the top side they have the drawings, and you
Mhm.
use those, and it's kind of for each kid. It was kind of a graduation when they could flip the placemat over and didn't have to use the guide.
Oh, that's
And
awesome. A rite of passage.
that's what the word I was looking for. Yeah, it's rite of passage for sure. But there's those little things you can do that are
Mhm.
just kind of fun. I
Yeah.
highly recommend doing something like Sunday night dinner, because it's just it sets an expectation that, I mean, my kids were all D1 athletes. You can imagine the sports practices and everything else we had. But if we knew that the expectation was that we would all sit down for Sunday night dinner, it was great.
Yes.
Sure enough, two of my kids live up north and they have Wednesday night dinner. And it just makes my heart so happy.
We have that too. We
Yeah.
have Sunday night dinner. And as you launch kids,
Mhm.
when you create that, not expectation, but that pattern and that
Mhm.
routine, it's so nice if they can. My oldest lives in Portland, so she can't always, well, very seldom can be home for Sunday night dinner. However, it's something that's very special. But we have a 3-year-old, so it's a little tricky. Sometimes, gathering around the table looks a little different. But
Mhm.
I do love that. I love, and I've told them all, like, Sunday night dinner is at our house. I
Mhm.
don't care how old you are.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
You're just kind of claiming that space. So I don't know. Don't pop my bubble in the comments if you guys have tried that and it didn't work when your kids got older and had families of their own. Because
Well, we
I'm
have a
really hoping.
1.5-year-old grandson, so
Okay. Yeah.
we're starting it all over again.
Yeah, so that's exciting. But well, thank you so much, Leslie. I just want to really let you know how much we appreciate all of your tips. And coming into the holiday season, I know there's going to be entertaining and sharing in each other's homes, and knowing how to make it extra special and
Mhm.
personalized for the people that we love is one of the reasons that I was really hoping to have you here today.
Oh,
And
you're
I'm
so
so
kind.
thankful that you came.
I just want to say it's not about spending money. It's about taking the time to do some special things.
Yeah.
And I think that's what shows. And it always makes the food taste better.
It does. And making sure they're really hungry, that does too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and take you off screen. Say goodbye
Thank
to
you so
everybody.
much. Thank you. And if anyone has more questions, you can DM me on Instagram or leave a comment on my blog or whatever, and I'd be happy to help you out.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Leslie. Okay. All right, you guys, I just want to let you know that we are going to take a short break. We're going to have a bio break. So if you have to go potty, refill your drinks, stretch, do all of that stuff. But you definitely want to be back here because Lynne Brundage of L&J Goods is next. And I will introduce her when it's time. But you're not going to want to miss it. She's walking us through a project making I always want to say a nativity set, darn it. It's an advent calendar. That's what it is, advent calendar. So go ahead and do that. But before you do, I do have the giveaway prizes to see. Isn't this gorgeous? This is tinsel. And I'm going to show you the back. All of the different things that you get with this sheet. This is for the giveaway, but these are for sale at your local stockist. So if you want to make sure you get it, get in touch with your stockist, or if you don't have a stockist, go ahead and use our store locator. All of those links are in the comments. And then we're also doing the giveaway for Gloria, our beautiful, beautiful paint inlay. If you guys have not had an opportunity to use the paint inlays, make sure you get a hold of one and play with it. I know some people are intimidated, but you guys, they are not. Once you get used to them, they're not. I mean, it is a medium, so it's a little different. It's not a transfer. It's paint. It's actual paint on paper. You lay it into paint that is wet, and then you remove it, and the painted design stays. So it's such an organic, artful experience, and you definitely have to give them a try. I'm going to show you all of the gorgeous designs in this set. You get so many different designs, and you want to get a hold of that. So those are the products for the giveaway. So make sure you're sharing this. Let's go on a bio break and we will see you guys soon. Hello, hello, and welcome back to Handmade Holiday with IOD. Hopefully you guys got a nice warm beverage. I have my tea, and I am so excited to get the privilege of introducing to you our lovely Lynne Brundage of L&J Goods. And I want to say hello, Lynn.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Lynn is a very special friend. We have gotten to know her over the years and had the privilege of spending many an event with Lynn. Sometimes maybe she gets more of us than she wants, quite frankly.
Never.
Almost have shared hotel rooms and, just, yeah, she's seen more than she wants to, but she is such a lovely friend and she is so incredibly creative. Those of you who know Lynn know that she does the most beautiful, creative, outside of the box projects, and everyone all over the internet is copying what she does, and she doesn't mind because she loves inspiring people. She has a shop. And where is your shop, Lynn?
It's in Medina, New York, which is halfway between Buffalo and Rochester, not too far from Canada. So yeah, we're right here in a little small town in Western New York.
Oh, and I have not been able to go see her shop in person, but someday
we have to make that happen.
Yes, we do. We absolutely do. And then we have to go stay in your home, which is right on the lake. Which is my favorite.
And where are we going to stay?
It's a teeny tiny place.
Tiny little home. No, you are welcome anytime.
All right. Well, I know people are really excited about your project, so I don't want to take any more of your time. Let's take me off and let Lynn go to it.
Yep. It's going to take me a second to just switch my camera down. So if you'll give me just a minute, I'm going to leave this stream and then hook up to the other one. So let's leave the studio and I'll be with you in just a second.
Okay. I am going to just hang out with you guys here until Lynn comes back because I have some questions. I would love to know after this event, we will send an email for some feedback because I don't know about you. I'm having so much fun. And I was thinking it would be really cool to do this for spring too. So let us know what you think. Let us know what you loved about it, what you would like to see changed, any feedback you have for us, and we can continue dialing it in and try this again because it is so much fun to have guests and get different projects and all of us be able to hang out together creatively. I just feel like our world needs more of that and more time for that. So I don't know if you guys agree. But yes. Okay. I'm getting lots of yeses in the comments. I thought so. I know how you guys are because you're just like me and we all want more of this, right? Just hanging out with friends and crafting and making things and talking about all things creative and how to love on each other more because I'm just feeling the need for more of that. And I know you guys are too. So, all right. I don't see her in here yet. But make sure you guys are asking lots of questions. There we go. Okay, I'm going to hop off. Here she comes.
I think we did it, guys. Up. For some reason,
You know what? That happened to me too, Lynn.
Okay.
You just have to take your phone off and kind of move it around until it registers. It flips the orientation.
Hey,
There you go.
we got it.
I'm going
I
to
think we
remove
got it.
myself.
I am so sorry. You know what? Any of you that know us here at L&J Goods know that we are a highly polished production here. So let's talk about our project. We are doing this wonderful Christmas countdown advent box. You have the opportunity to have gotten your supply list. And so all of the dimensions for the pieces and parts for this are in that supply list. Are we okay? Is everybody able to hear us? You probably just have to refresh. Okay, so let's go through the supplies real quick. I have done quite a bit of prepping in advance because I know you don't want to see me base coating everything. So we have this backboard here. And then I had JR cut me a smaller 1/4 inch plywood board that will fit up here. And it just kind of gives this whole piece a little bit of dimension. So again, all the dimensions are on that supply list. And then we have our little wooden advent box, which
asked what is an advent.
an advent is like a countdown to Christmas. So 25 boxes, so that you would start on December 1st and put a little treat or a little something in each box, and helps you to just count down the days for Christmas for children especially. So this is what we're starting with, okay? And you can see, let me flip this over. I am going to move this guy out of the way. And we have our backboard base coated with white. I had to bring a little retro deer here. So this is just painted with your favorite white paint. And then I did kind of an aqua, Christmassy, minty green-ish color on this panel piece right here. Okay, so I'm going to set these aside for later when we assemble this. And then we're going to talk about this little wooden advent box. I found this on Amazon, and I have already done some work on this. But here's what I figured out. See these little grooves here? I wanted to be able to have a complete square space in order to apply my transfer and get the most out of those cute, kitschy Christmas images. So let's flip these over. And this is what I did. The back side of the drawer is what we have base coated with that other kind of aqua green color. I actually had some people message about, like, how do you get that? How did you fill in the little notch? Oh, I said, you'll have to watch the tutorial. I'm going to show you exactly how to do it, and it's not as hard as you think. So we have already base coated the back sides of each of these drawers. So, and I'll show you a little bit later how we're going to create some drawer pulls. So we did a quick base coat on the interior of the box with that same aqua color. And then I did the outside with a pretty Christmas red. But you can use your imagination. If you're not into the kitschy Christmas vibe, you could totally do this with any other IOD transfer, or I think it would be lovely with an inlay. Imagine this with the Gloria inlay and done with accents of gold. You can really do just about any kind of a design that you want to do on your drawers. Okay, so let's pop this aside and let's get busy working on these little drawers. So I like to get them all laid out like this, and we'll make sure we don't have any dust on them, right? And then I want to get out my little kitschy Christmas, transfer. So I'm going to confess, I got two of these. I used two just because I wanted to make sure that I had enough of this long trim piece, these trim pieces to go around the outside. Now, if you don't want to do this, you could certainly use a stamp, like adornment stamp, and stamp a design around the outside. You could put a little pine piping or gold piping, tinsel glitter, or glitter tinsel, you know what I mean? What is that called? Tinsel garland, yes. And so, but I really, really, I am just a strong proponent in, like, don't get one, get two, because every time you use one up, you wish you had another one. So I have gone through my whole transfer, and I have already pre-selected all of these little parts for my drawers. Okay. Yeah, you could use something like this around the outside, roping, garland, anything you want. Stamp it. You could put a mold around the outside, an IOD mold. You can do whatever you want. But I am so obsessed with these little trim pieces. So I really wanted to do that around the whole outside. So I have cut out all of my little transfer pieces that are going to fit on each of the squares. All right. And then I also selected a design to go on this piece right here, our panel piece, which is going to sit at the top. So why don't we go ahead and do that first? I have chosen, oh my gosh. You know what? This whole thing I love this entire vibe because it literally just reminds me of growing up in the 60s. This
So
is
cute.
total Christmas nostalgia for me. It really is. So I'm going to be layering my transfers. I love to layer transfers. And if you know me, you know I'm not afraid to cut up transfers, take them apart, put them back together, and just kind of come up with my own thing. But I think that one of the beautiful things about the transfers is kind of exploring that next step, and being willing to layer them. We love the designs as they are, but we love when we can take it up a notch and layer them. So what I'm going to do is show you very simple layering technique that I do. I take a little bit of my masking tape. I'm going to put this guy over here, I think. And it's okay if one of his little paws or hooves goes off the edge. We don't mind that. And I'm going to pop that bell right there. So when I layer a transfer, I like to do this so that I can easily flip these away when I need to. Because what I want to do is I want to layer the bottommost pieces first, and then the others on top, but I don't want to lose my position. And sometimes that's important when you're doing something very like precise. So these two are on the bottom. So I'm just going to flip those bells back, and then I'm going to remove the backing sheet right here. And I'm going to lay this back down. And now we're ready to transfer the design. And again, it's going to go off the edge a little bit, but I'm okay with that. We don't need everything like perfectly centered. And once I get that started, I'll go ahead and finish transferring. So I lift with one corner, and I always keep that kind of lifting as I go, and I just work my way kind of methodically down the transfer. Instead of rubbing over the whole thing, I'm pretty systematic in how I apply that transfer. And then we will just get this guy on here. And it also helps then, okay, if I lift up and I see a little bit of that transfer didn't adhere, I can easily put it right back down and use my little tool to go ahead and apply this. So you always want to apply a transfer to a clean, dry surface that's free of dust, doesn't have any wax on it. I'm actually using a paint that does have a built-in top coat. You would want to, if you're using a chalk paint, I would recommend sealing that chalk paint first, letting it dry completely before you apply your transfers. You can also apply transfers over decoupage. But again, you want to make sure that that decoupage medium is completely dry before you apply the transfer. Aren't these so cute? They're adorable.
Very cute.
Really cute. Megan is here with me today, just making sure that I stay in line, I think.
And helping you feel like you're talking to someone, not
Yeah,
into a void.
Exactly. Yeah, because I'm not really interacting with anybody. It's hard. Sometimes it's a little hard for me. Okay, so I have these two laid down. Now see what I can do is I just flip that transfer right back over. I remove the backing sheet and it's already positioned exactly where I want it. And then I will start to layer that right over that beautiful little good tidings.
What a darling set of bells.
What a darling set of bells is right. And there it is. After my transfer is applied, I'm going to make sure that it's completely burnished, nicely adhered. And then you would want to seal all of your transfers once you have applied them. Okay. So now we've got this bunch of little drawers here, and I have already, let's just start laying these out. That's what I do. I lay them out and I think, oh, okay, I've got, more than one snowman. So I don't want to put all my snowmen in a row. So I'll just kind of space them around. And then let's see. I'm also, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say some people might want to put their snowmen in a row and maybe play a bingo.
A bingo game. Yeah, right. Okay, so I also have several little deer, and again, you'll notice that their legs might get cut off. That's okay with me, but I have a few of those. We're gonna put one in just about every row, I think.
Sally, when Mom turned the screen on earlier and I saw your face, a tear came to my eye. I miss you so very much. She says I'm her soul sister. And
It's so true. It is true. Let's move this one up. And this is where you just take your time and figure out your layout. I might do that. Okay. And I have a couple of these ornaments. Honest to goodness, you have no idea what joy it brought me when I saw this, because like I said, it just is so nostalgic for me. Bell. Let's move that down. Little Christmas tree. The little elf with a Christmas tree. Oh, I like him right there on Christmas Day. So you get the idea, right? So I am going to quickly, let's get my little gingerbread guys. Let's do one of him up here. Here's a little trick for you. Here's a little tip. When you have thick nails, like I do.
I don't mean to brag.
I don't mean to brag, but they're totally fake too. So I just take a piece of my masking tape, sticky side out, and then I can easily pick up my transfer bits.
That is actually a great tip.
Why, thank you, Megan.
Not a French tip.
Not a French. You're right.
I said I was going to be
Oh,
quiet.
girl, I know, I know. Oh, you get me, you get her, you get the whole shebang, right?
Take the bit.
And I hope I've cut enough of these, but we might not do this entire thing, but and you will, of course, kind of design your own. Oh my gosh, isn't that so cute? Look at that little pixie. Okay, I'm gonna slide these aside and I'm gonna start transferring these guys. And when I position these, I do want to be mindful that I'm going to be adding a little numbered label on here. So I'm thinking about that as I apply these. Okay. And what a fun project to do with with kiddos. It really is. I mean, you could make this a fun family project and let them, you know, practice their good cutting skills and easily. This is such an easy little project that they can all participate in.
You know what, Raven? That's an excellent point that you make.
What's that?
She said, I don't stress too much on what image goes where at this stage. Since the boxes are removable, I can rearrange them afterwards.
You know, Raven, why didn't I think of that?
Hot tip, Raven.
Hot tip is right. I always tell people, like, you know, like don't hire me to do like the technical aspect of things because I truly wouldn't think of that. Oh my goodness, Raven, you are a genius. All right, so, and I'll just reposition these little stars. I mean, my goodness, I'm going to even move that gold cap down a little bit. You really do have a lot of room to just play with these and put your cap on crooked, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. And then, of course, you know, you fill all of these with little treats and count down the days. But oh my goodness, you can practice counting skills and fine motor skills and number skills and all the kinds of things. Yeah, with your kids.
You really love children.
I love children. Are you saying I don't? Come on. I do love children. I do. I love children.
Says I'll send some your way. I've just never heard you just talking about fine motor skills.
Well, you know, I was a little bit of a teacher at one
And a
time.
mother.
And a mother, yes. Always want to practice those fine motor skills with the kids.
Yeah.
Oh, so Raven. Yeah, think of what Raven would do.
Yeah.
Look at how cute. I mean, if I had a set of triplets, I'd want them to look just like these little girls right here. There's 3 of them, actually.
Is there?
There are, and they're adorable.
They're identical triplets?
I think they might be. We'll have to see when we come to the next one. They're pretty identical. So I sure hope, is everybody like in the thick of holiday creating right now? What have you been doing? What have you been making? I would love to know. Give me some ideas. What have you been making with IOD other than, okay, the cloche mold?
They are so cool.
They're so cool. And every time I see something in the tribe with a cloche piece, it's like, oh gosh, why didn't I think of that? Right.
Make it.
Now I have to make it. It's right. Yeah. There's a cute little bunny. Oh my gosh. Oh, but I don't want to put it on there. So the other thing that I've done is after I've applied a couple, like after I applied my first coat of paint to this wood, I did give it a quick sand because when you apply fresh paint to raw wood, it's going to lift the grain a little bit. And so you'll want to sand that down so you have a nice smooth finish, then apply your second coat. And if you need to, you can do another quick sanding. I also used my little sanding block to lightly distress and reveal the edge of each of those drawers. All right, what's our time looking like? I might need a
3:46.
3:46. How long do I have?
I bet not long enough.
Not long enough. You don't think so?
Well, you never do.
No, it's so true. But we'll get one more row of these done, and then I'm going to move on to the little labels. Because then we can always come back to this.
1:20 Pacific, so that means
3:20. Right?
Mm.
1:20, 2:23, 4:20.
Okay.
4:20. Yes. 4:20. Look at how cute these are looking already. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Sally, would you totally do this with your kids? I bet you would. This seems to be your vibe right here.
now. You mean have the children make this, or just have them do the Advent countdown?
No, they could certainly, your kids could help with rubbing the transfers on and cutting them out and, helping to make this. They could paint the box as long as they do a neat job. But I think it depending on their skill level, right? But I think that every kid, you can find something for any of them to do, no matter what their age is. All right, and we'll do this last one. Let's put a couple of little pieces of candy on there.
She says grandma.
That's-
Right. Sounds like a darling idea.
it does.
I'll send the kids over to make this with you. In fact, we should have had them over to do this video with you.
Oh,
That
that's
made this
right.
extra fun.
It would have been
Could've had all the
extra
grandkids.
fun.
He said it sounds like a nightmare. I don't want to sound like the worst mother ever here. But
All right, I'm trying to, just.
no, I'm sure there are like Hattie and Mabel, my nieces, would love this.
They would. They would certainly love it.
Marianne says it reminds her of the stacking blocks at Christmas in the late 60s.
Stacking blocks. Why don't I remember that, Marianne? Stacking blocks. I just want to make sure that I have these ready so that if we get our labels done, see this little girl? She's so cute.
Deb says Hetty and Mabel are advanced. They could absolutely do this. Yes.
They could.
They've been raised on IOD transfers.
Isn't that the truth? Oh my goodness. Yes. They have done. Now I've gotten myself all mixed up here. Okay. I just want to make sure that we've got everything laid out.
She says she's thick in the toddler stage, so ignore my pessimism.
Oh, Sally, I mean, come on. Really?
And my
Your little Willow would love getting her hands on this.
She would love it, but she said, I don't know that it would be so much fun for her.
I know, right?
I'm sure my 14-year-old and 12-year-old sons would absolutely
Adore.
go crazy.
They would. They probably would. All right. Okay, you guys.
Yes, lots of kids would love it. They really would.
They would. Especially your crafty kids. Say, you know what? Gather around. We're all going to make an advent box, whether you like it or not.
And they'll really love it.
Okay, so we'll do these a little later. If my daughter actually would put a transfer stick in her hand, I could have her rubbing these on while
Here, give it to me.
I don't know. Well, you know what? It's okay. I'll just.
You won't even let. I'm 4 years old, and she won't even let me.
This is just a piece of white cardstock, and I'm going to grab my apothecary labels stamp. I mean, come on, you guys, how adorable is this? And I'm going to grab the smallest numbers on here. I think they are the only numbers on here. And we're going to stamp some numbers for our box. I've already done many of my 2-digit numbers. I'll be using IOD's tomato ink. All right. And let's go ahead. Let's grab a 1. We're just going to do a few of these. I'm using just a little acrylic block.
This part especially would be fun for the kids.
No, you don't ever let them near permanent ink.
Or those teeny tiny little numbers.
I know, right? How many of you have lost one of your numbers already? So we're going to do a 1. And then while I have the 1 on here, I'll do the 11, 12, 10, 13, 14. I don't know how that happened, but I'll do all of my numbers that have a 1 in them just to make it easy.
I do
Okay.
really like the packaging for this stamp. I think it makes it much easier to keep track of everything.
Then we'll move on to number 2. I like to stamp down onto my stamp instead of pressing my stamp into the ink pad. I just feel like I have a little more control over it. Here's a number 2. Put enough space between your numbers so that you can, we're going to use a little cutout, little hole punch. And like with that one, okay, my 2, that's a little heavy for me. So I'm going to do it again. And then by all means, stick them right back on that little sheet, because the little backing sheet, because you know how these things can bounce.
Do you want me to clean them as you go?
No, it's okay. I already removed the ink onto the paper. There's my 3. And you can see I already have my 13 and I have my 23. And number 4. And number 5. Of course, you know, I if you follow me at all, you know that I have, very much a neutral vibe, little neutral decor at the cottage. And every year I say, oh, I'm gonna do total like retro Christmas, and get out all of my vintage shiny brights and all of those wonderful vintage retro style decor. And every year I don't do it. I do it in the shop. Well, last year I did a little bit. I did do some fun color in the cottage.
What was, I don't remember that.
You don't? Yeah, I did. I really did. You'll have to go back and
In
watch
the cottage?
the cottage tour video. I did. I had red plaid.
Okay.
Yeah, I did red plaid. I did a red fireplace screen. Had some red berries, red ribbon.
Yeah.
And
Really went wild.
I went wild with color. Some red pillows. Okay. So there we go. We've got our little stamped numbers. And then let's make sure we put this right over top, seal them in place, and stick them right back in that envelope. Yeah, you might not want to let your 2-year-old do this part. Okay. And I have a paper punch. This is about, I can't remember what the size was, about 5/8 inch maybe. That was on the supply list. About a half inch, about a half inch. And I have two different kinds. I have just a plain circle, which is just fine. And I found this one that has these tiny little scalloped edges. And then I just want to take my paper and I can see through the bottom here. So I just want to get my number in the center of that little peephole and go ahead and pop it out. And there they are. Oh, not that one. We didn't want that one. For 2. Four. And I'll do a couple more. So once you work your way across that row, I'm going to trim that off so that I can easily slide my little hole punch onto here. This to me is like, it's total Christmas crafting, this kind of thing. Like, get out your glue guns, get out your glitter, get out your hole punches and your IOD transfers. Okay, so I would continue to punch all of these out. Let's do an 8, a 9. Okay, so, and so on. All right. So then, just so I can pick these little guys up. Now, what I like to do then is just take the little number sticker, and I'm just dragging that around on my IOD ink pad just to color that edge. And then I'm going to glue it in place. You can use your favorite glue. Again, use that tape to pick them up. And there we go. Oh my goodness, how cute. And here's number 2, ink. But, you know, you could do this in stages too. You could, you know, just do all of your numbers one day and then put those aside, put them in an envelope so you've got them ready to go. Get all your base coating done. Oops, I forgot to ink that. Don't want to forget to ink your label because it really does make it pop out, makes it stand out. And see, yes, I covered up my bell. That's okay. And you can decide how you want to put your letter. You might want to put them in the center. I like them down at the lower right, or you could do the lower left because it gives me the most of the image showing. Anybody have any questions at all?
So far, so good, Mom.
Great.
Instructor, I think.
Well, thank you. Whoops. However, my fine motor skills leave something to be desired.
Oh, Amy Schmidt would like you to again mention how to burnish a transfer.
Oh, of course, Amy. What you will do is just take one of your backing sheets from the transfer and you want to rub it over the transfer, the entire thing. Sometimes I'll even use just my thumb. You just want to be sure that it's completely adhered.
Erin would like us to sing the Quick and Pick song. I'm not sure this is the appropriate.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure if we can do that. Oh, but you all know it.
You all know it, and you all know it's all we can do not to burst into song.
Honestly, this cardstock is, I just literally grabbed it out of a box of old cardstock that I had. It had a pattern on the back side. Just reusing what I have available. You don't need to go out and buy white cardstock if you don't have to. And by this point in the game, you probably should have enough glue on your fingers where you don't have to use that little piece of tape to pick up anything.
Perfect.
And I would also caution you to make sure that your drawers are oriented in the correct way. And let's do this. Okay, and so on. We're going to just continue to work our way across all the drawers with the numbers that you have stamped and then cut out with that 1/2-inch paper punch. All right. Okay, so let's put this aside. If we have a few minutes when we're done, we can go back and transfer some more of these and work on some more. But I do want to show you how this is all put together. So here's my white board, which you're probably not going to be able to really see that well. Okay, and I am going to kind of get this positioned where I want it. And I have to stand up for this, but I want to make sure that I leave enough space here at the top for my little border to go around. Okay, so let me lay that there.
Sorry, I didn't realize that we were also live on Facebook. So if I missed some comments, I apologize.
Okay.
I see lots of our friends here.
Good. I might have not cut out my 4. I think I did. I don't know. Did any of you look at this and were just like, oh my gosh, I want like a whole page of just these little trims? This is the one that I used on my sample piece right here. But I feel like one of these is not quite right. And I want to make sure I get the right one. I think I will. Because I like that one. You know, and honestly, any of them would work. Any of them. Let me open up one of my other ones because I know I've got to have one more piece like that in here. There we go. Let me put these aside. I'll certainly use those for another project. I mean, how cute is this guy here? Isn't he adorable? Layer him up with a few of those frosty sweet shop snowmen. Beautiful. Those are all the matching ones. Okay, now we will get down to business here.
Now we're getting down to business.
Now
Everything
we're getting,
else was just fun and games.
yes. We'll do one here. We'll do one there. And I think, yes, I think I did too. I think I might have used these as well. But I'm going to show you if you don't want to do this entire border, which would take 3 transfers. Come to think of it.
For the trim?
For the trim, yeah.
Yes, but you did. I thought you mentioned some great options using the
Yes,
adornment stamp or
absolutely.
the tinsel like this.
Yes. So I
Goodness be with
need
you.
one more.
When you first showed me this, I thought it needed tinsel on it.
Oh, of course. You would always say that, right?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Miss Tinsel.
Is that what they call me?
Yep.
Miss Tinsel.
Miss Tinsel.
I actually like that as a nickname.
Okay, I'm gonna find my last one. Sorry, you guys.
Let me know if I can help you.
You might be.
I feel like I see some peeking out of the bottom going up.
Yeah, it's a different trim. You do. Oh, here it is. Yes, there it is. Okay. That will go there. We'll put all of this aside, and we're gonna start laying on this trim. We get it lined up right up at the top.
It's focusing right in on your earring.
I'm so sorry, guys. Let me move out of the way. I forget that.
I know. It's hard when you're getting in the groove.
Have you all been having a great day today? I think this is just the most fun idea.
I love it.
I was watching Leslie's session before me and totally was like, all right, I went to find some candlesticks that I had in the basement in a stash. And I'm like, I'm going to make some of those. And the chargers, oh, they're so cute. So pretty. Okay. And we're going to kind of overlap this just a little bit up here. Line it up. How's our time?
We are at 4:09 p.m. So you have 11 minutes.
Great.
Feeling good?
I am feeling great.
Great. I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I wonder how many of you are actually going to be creating this. I know Amy Schmidt mentioned that she was prepping hers.
She is. She showed pictures in our insider group.
Yeah. So L&J Goods, like I said, is a little brick and mortar shop here in Medina. We're a very small town. And you can find us at lnjgoods.com. And we do stream live to YouTube and Facebook twice a week.
Sometimes 3 times if we're
Sometimes
crazy.
3 times, right, to share projects. And also we do some edited videos as well. But you all know, like my favorite ones to do are using IOD.
Yes, I would say you're most inspired by IOD.
Always, always. And we're going to match this right up to here. I'm going to cut this off here. Oh my gosh, like right here in these little corners, just occurred to me, like you could totally put, oh my gosh, you could put like a little tack head, like a little, like an upholstery tack head or something like that. A little button.
A little velvet ribbon.
A little velvet ribbon.
Amy said she thought painting would be challenging, but actually it was not too hard.
Really? Do you have any tips to share, Amy?
She didn't paint the inside though.
No, and you don't have to. You really don't.
Deb says Medina is so beautiful. I think so too, Deb. I think everyone should come. It's a great little place.
Medina is a great little community. We're so proud and happy to be here doing business. And
The name of the background color, I think you can find all of the supplies on IOD's website, right, Mom?
right now, so my background color is just a white. It's a white, a nice white paint. So whatever brand you use, you just kind of choose your own.
Karen, that would be super cute. She was saying she might do something similar with last year's release with the woodland creatures.
Oh, how cute would that be? That would be adorable, actually. And that's what's so neat is that you can, I mean, you don't even have to use transfers. You could use paint inlays on these drawers. You could use stamps on these drawers. But I mean, it wouldn't be kitschy Christmas then.
No. Every time Mom throws one of those backings, it's at me. Just so you know. It's not just off screens, right?
Right. We have just started transforming the shop a little bit for the holidays. I mean, we are so far behind. Does anybody else get frustrated and think, oh my gosh, do we have to do like Christmas in April to get ready? To get ready?
Weird feeling because you feel like you're so ahead because we do Christmas in July,
Mm-hmm.
but then all of a sudden you feel like you're so behind. It's just a weird feeling.
And for us here in Western New York, it's been unseasonably warm.
Yeah.
So that kind of gets us in a weird space as far as it doesn't feel like it should be Christmas time, you know?
I know it's so. I remember when we first announced, we just had our Christmas camp last weekend, and when we first announced the dates, everyone was asking, should we worry about snow? Should we worry about traveling? And we were like, listen, it can happen. Many times we are trick or treating and there is snow, and it was like 75 degrees all weekend.
So now I've taken that white paint and I'm going to add just kind of a little border. And all I'm doing is I am pulling the paint in my brush right along that edge. And it kind of gives it just a little irregular kind of a border. It looks like snow. Oh, I would totally spatter this too. Totally spatter this. So I just go right around that edge. Doesn't matter if it's even.
Yes, the size of the teeny tiny transfers and this kitschy is perfect for this. I agree.
It
Cheryl.
really is. Yep.
4:15, Mom.
Okay. We are just about
Will
ready.
you have time to show us how to apply the ribbon pull?
Oh gosh, I forgot about the ribbon pull. Yes, I'm going to do that right now.
That is essential.
It is essential. Megan, do you want to go quickly dry this?
Sure.
I think Sally's on next with another project. But the ribbon pull is so easy. And then I am going to just glue all of this in place. I'm going to have Megan go dry that so that I don't make a big mess. And let's do the ribbon pulls. This is just 1/2-inch ribbon. I have cut it into lengths that are approximately about 4.5 inches long. And I have a glue gun ready. So I'm going to fold this in half, and then I'm going to apply just a touch of hot glue to the end, the raw edge here, the cut end. And I'm going to make a little loop like this. See that? So this end is glued together. And then I'll take my little drawers. I'm going to apply a dab of glue to the inside of the drawer and then put that ribbon in there. I probably glue it down maybe about a 1/2 inch. Well, about an inch. I think about an inch. I don't know if you guys can see that. And it's right in the center, or it should be. And then I will pop that in. And that is how you make the little ribbon pulls. What I'll do is glue this right into place. I usually use like Titebond, or you can use a carpenter's glue, whatever you have. Do not use hot glue because it's going to create a little bit of a ridge when it dries, and you want this to be completely flat on the background. So again, I apply a dab of glue here and right in the center, about an inch in, and then pop that back into place. Let me do another one for you. So I'm going to put my raw edges together, glue those raw edges together just down at the bottom. So I've left a loop right here in the center, inside of the drawer. And pop it in. And that is how we make the drawer pulls. Just that easy.
For everyone asking about the paint colors, etc., I think you can find all of that in the supply list, which is on the IOD website. Isn't that right, Mom?
Right. Yeah, we don't want to give you a specific brand because everybody uses different colors. So get your prettiest Christmas red and your prettiest Christmas kind of aqua green color.
Okay, so they can't find that information in the supply list.
No, it'll just tell what general color on the color wheel we used. And here is this. I would also seal this completely with a top coat of your choice. And then I would put this guy right like that, glue it in place, put a couple of hangers on it, and there you go. There is your kitschy Christmas countdown box advent calendar. And I'm going to show you my other one that is finished so you can get a good look at it before we say goodbye. You guys, this has been so much fun. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here with Julie and Sally and Leslie and with me.
And Willow is going to join apparently soon. I love your optimism. I really do. And I told Willow that Auntie Lynn has a craft day set up for the two of you, and I'm going to send her to your house with a paintbrush. So
Perfect.
let me know how that goes.
Yeah, that would be awesome, Sally.
I love it. I love it.
She's like,
That
right.
is the cutest advent
Isn't it adorable?
It is. I love Advents. My kids love Advents because they get so excited. As soon as December hits, actually the day after Thanksgiving, it's all about that. And I have to admit, I'm not super awesome at putting the Advents out. So I'm hit and miss every year. And I usually end up just giving in and ordering the candy ones off of Amazon that are lame. And
Sally.
I know it's sad. It's sad,
Gather
Lynn.
all the children round the table the day after Christmas, the day after Thanksgiving. And what a beautiful, I think you should all bake cookies together
Oh
and
my
get
goodness.
all of the craft supplies out, get
Sounds
a good
magical.
4 or 5 kitschy transfers out.
Okay. Okay, I might just do that. I feel like I have to now. The gauntlet has been thrown.
Said that on the day after Thanksgiving.
No, but
Now
that is
I have to make another one.
a beautiful project and a super doable one. Like I do feel like it is approachable, and
Sure.
and there's nothing in there too complex or complicated, and yet the finished look is so darling
It's
that
fantastic.
it's a fantastic project.
Thank
You
you.
so
And
much,
you know,
Lynn.
actually, one more thing just
Yeah.
occurred to me, that if it's not within your budget to purchase a pre-made Advent box like this, I was just thinking, like, how adorable would it be to have to stack little like jewelry boxes, kind of glue those together and somehow make, I got an idea formulating. Like, I feel like you could
Okay.
stack little boxes and put the transfers on them, maybe
Oh,
glue them along a board or something, and they
yeah.
could pop the lid off.
Okay.
Right? Does that
I
make
think I'm
sense?
with you. Yeah, I think so. I I am in Lynn's mind right now, and it's not too scary. I'm finding my way there with you, Lynn. I think that would be really cute.
I think you have a lot of different ways that you can go with this.
Mhm. Mhm. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for being with us, Megan and Lynn. What a treat to have both of you. I had so much fun just razzing you in the comments. So
Oh, thank you for having us join you. We really, really love sharing this project with
it will not be the
everyone.
last time. So keep those projects coming. And we
Okay.
love Lynn's projects are often found on the Creative Tribe. So if you are not a member of our Creative Tribe, make sure that you join. It's our Facebook group, IOD Creative Tribe. And maybe there will be a link in the comments here so that you guys can head over there and join if you haven't yet. A lot of you are there already, but you definitely want to be there because there are so many tips and tricks. And if you're struggling with a project, we have such a supportive community over there.
Mhm.
And Lynn and many other makers are there to help you and encourage you along the way. So thank you, Lynn and
Absolutely.
Megan. We will see you
Thank you.
soon.
Bye, guys.
All right. So next up is such a treat. We have Julie Bourne of Julie's Design and Signs. Many of you guys know who she is because many of you have found us through Julie's Design and Signs, her YouTube show. We got the treat of having her on our channel many times, and she has become just such a big part of our community. And now she's even a stockist for IOD, so that's fun. But she's very experienced, very, very experienced at thrift flips. That's kind of her thing. Would you say that's your thing, Julie?
Yes, definitely.
Yes. And so she is the queen of thrift flips. And today she is going to walk us through some really cool projects with thrift flips. But before that, I want to read her bio because I just don't want to leave out any important details. So meet Julie Bourne. She's a creative dynamo who has been igniting artistic sparks in people's lives through a variety of platforms. She's on YouTube, Facebook. She has a blog. a website, and I have actually purchased many a thing from her darling website where she does thrift flips and she sells what she finds. So check that out. That's on her website. And she will take you with her on her thrifting adventures. That's on her YouTube channel. And she transforms into stunning home decor pieces and demonstrates how to stylishly incorporate them into your space. Julie is a busy mother with 4 kiddos now in tow, comes from the Bayou Land. Did I say that right?
Yeah, you did.
Bayou Land of South Louisiana, and has now set her roots a little further north in Mississippi. So welcome, Julie, and I will remove myself off the stage so you guys can get going.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. All right, I'm gonna put the camera down a little bit. Sorry. So y'all can see what I'm doing. Okay, so like she said, thrift flips are my expertise. I love thrifting and just reimagining items. And nowadays, thrifting is extremely popular. So if you want to thrift your Christmas presents, I feel like people would love it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some items that I've thrifted, and then my favorite thing about IOD is you can make your own personal collection. So like, you know, if you go to the store and they have like the same little picture on a rolling pin and then some measuring cups and then a tea towel and all that stuff. Well, you can do that with IOD. You can take these items and make your own collection. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to put something together. It actually already looks pretty cute, but we're going to just, you know, take it up a few notches right here. So when you are at the thrift store, look for pots, okay? Don't worry about the color. This one's already white, so you know I like it. But don't worry about the color because you know you can paint anything. And this one has this cute little pedestal. So saw that, had to pick it up. Then we need a little greenery just to make everything cute. This rolling pin is thrifted as well, and a little tea towel. I feel like a little bit of texture, a textile, and a little greenery just makes everything better. So we're going to give these a little thrift flip and make them look like a collection. I don't know if y'all have used the IOD Delft transfer. Let me make sure it's just the front. This is like my new favorite thing. I have used it so many times. If you watch my videos, I am currently obsessed with blue and white. Like I think I'm changing my whole Christmas theme this year to blue and white. I just love it. It is classic. You can give it at Christmas time. You can give it year round. You just can't go wrong with blue and white. And the paint inlays you can use up to 3 or 4 times. So it starts off like a little bit cleaner and then it gets more and more distressed, which I love. So I'm going to show y'all how to use the paint inlays. Like I said, Delft, my new favorite. It wasn't the Christmas release. It was the one before that it came out. Okay, so it's already white, but as you can see when you look up close, I mean, it has some issues, and you also need a water-based paint to use your paint inlays with. So we're going to give it a paint job. I'm only going to have to put 1 coat since it already has a coat of white. And I'm going to try to keep up with y'all comments. I have it right here in front of me. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Kathy. Oh, creating decor says she loves the inlays, just learning how to do it. Yes, they are my favorite. I am from Piepart, Louisiana. Not sure if you know where that's at, but it is way, way down south. Okay, this is my favorite color to use with the inlays. It is Dixie Belle drop cloth color. Love drop cloth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a coat of paint on here. Look at that. It's almost the same color that the pot already is. Oh, let me show y'all. I already picked out some of the inlays that I want to use. So the Delft has full pages of patterns, but it also has tons of florals. So I just picked out 5 of them because I'm going to use them a few times, these cute little florals. And then you can see, let me show y'all all the stuff first. So like here's some of the florals from the Delft collection. And then I don't know if y'all have ever used IOD's rose wall stamp. Sorry, wrong way. but I feel like the florals are very similar. So I think this stamp goes really well with the Delft inlay. So we're going to be using that as well a little bit later on. Oh, Junk Wrench says she wants to learn all about the inlays. Okay, girl. Don't be scared, y'all. Don't be scared. They're so easy to use. So I'm just going to paint this up really quick. Now, if this urn was a different color, I would put a base coat on, let it dry, and then come back with a second coat. But since I'm basically doing the same color, I don't need to worry about that. Okay, so I'm going to take my first paint inlay, and I like to have a little spritzer bottle. Like, it's pretty, your wet paint is sufficient, but I just like to be extra careful. So I like to spritz it, and then you're going to put it paint side down into your paint. Okay. There's our paint inlay. Actually, oh, it's fine. And then you're going to spritz it again. And I just kind of pounce it down with my finger. That's it. We're not going to mess with it. We're going to move on because we got to go all the way around this pot. So I'm going to move on to the next part. What are y'all up to today? Anybody doing something fun? Is anybody doing any craft shows this weekend? It's that time of year. I don't do craft shows anymore, but I used to, and they were so much fun. Absolutely love them. Soccer has just, you know, I'm at that time of my life where all my kids are in something, and soccer has just taken over my entire weekend. So that's what I do on the weekends now. I feel like, so Creative Decor says her first one is disaster. I feel like you need to go in with the paint inlays, just like wanting a distressed look. And if you go into it with that, then you'll be fine. All right, we got our second one on. So I'm just not even thinking about it too much. I'm just randomly putting it around here. Mary says she's gone to the local high school craft show with her cousins. I honestly have not tried the inlay with Fusion paint. I just always use my chalk paint. Yeah, once your inlay is on, you can smooth it out. So you can see how quickly this is going. Got another look. It's already looking good, y'all. It's already looking good. Oh, Dana. Okay, you might have missed a step. She said that her paper stuck and didn't come off easily. So to take it off, you have to wet it again. So I think it sounds like you might have missed a step. So you're going to put your water-based paint on. Then you're going to put your paint inlay on. You're going to wet it. You're going to let it dry. And then you have to wet it again. So tell me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you possibly missed the step of wetting it again. All right, we have two more to put on here, and then we're going to move on to something else while this dries. Yes, exactly. The wet paint activates the inlay, and then also spritzing it on top, because this is paint on here that we have to activate and get off. That's why I like to spritz it, just to make sure everything is wet. Yes, and IOD does have a ton of Inlay 101 videos. All right, we got all the pieces on. I try not to think about it too much. We're going to add more to this, but I'm going to move on to other stuff while we let that dry. Okay, rolling pin. Let me wipe my hand so I don't get any paint on it. Yes, exactly. Boho Bev Boutique said inlays are perfectly imperfect. And that's what I was saying. I feel like if you go into the mindset of using it and having a little bit of a distressed look, you're going to absolutely love the paint inlays. And it gives you a look that you just can't recreate with any of the other products. Okay, so this is the Rose Toile stamp. Love this one. Use it all the time. Especially, I love, like, it has a little bit of typography. IOD, I love when y'all add a little bit of typography to everything. It is my favorite. Because I always want to put a little bit of typography on everything. Okay, so my favorite ink is the China Blue ink. It's going to go perfectly with the Delft inlay. Do I dab my paper towel to remove excess water, then peel it off? No, I don't do that. I spritz it and then I pull it off. We'll get to that step next. Okay, so I'm probably not going to use this whole thing. Oh, wait. Brush care. When you're not using your brush, wrap it in a baby wipe. Also, always have baby wipes on your crafting table. So I'm probably not going to use this whole stamp, but I'm just going to ink it all up just to make sure all the places are covered. And then I'm actually going to pull off this dragonfly because it's not going with my kind of vintage look, flower look. So we'll just take him off. Okay. All right, I think it's inked up. Okay, this is the easiest stamping you'll ever do. So you didn't paint the entire surface. No, I did. I painted this entire surface. It was just hard to see because literally my paint is the same color as the surface, but I painted the whole thing. But if you can do that if you want it, like if you put a coat of paint on, let it dry, and you didn't feel like it needed a second coat, you could just go back and put paint on the places you were going to put the inlay. That is perfectly fine. Okay. So I'm going to take this. I definitely want some typography on there. So that's where I'm going to start. And you're just going to take it and you're going to roll your rolling pin. Is this not the cutest thing ever? Y'all saw how fast and easy that was? Oh, so cute. And you can do this with any stamp, any stamp. And I went with a lighter color, but you could go bolder if you wanted to use the black or the red. Grab my baby wipe and clean it. So that was easy. We're not done with this though, because we have to paint the handles and make them cute as well. So I find the Yankee blue color is an exact match for the Delft inlay. I did not prep the rolling pin at all. I'm not much of a prepper. I just go for it. But it looks fine. I don't know what kind of prep you would really need to do on this piece. Okay. So I'm going to take it and I'm just going to paint the handle and add some color to this. Look how pretty that is. This is a great way to kind of make decor to match your home. You could take anything like this that you thrifted and just paint it whatever color you want to go with your home. And you know what? If your style changes and the color that you love changes, you can just repaint. It's just paint, guys. And the paint inlay is just paint. Everything you can, if you mess up, you can do it again. You can paint over it. It's okay. Just have fun and try new things. Look how cute she is. And this is chalk paint, so we can come back and distress it. On a, Claudia, you did that on a rolling pin? I've done transfers on rolling pins. That looks really pretty. I don't know why the brush is so long. That's just how they come. Yes, so you can add a transfer as well and then paint the handles to go with the transfer you put on it. I've done that before and it looks really good. I do really like the stamping though, because it's not that bold. It just kind of adds a little bit of jewelry to your rolling pin. If you paint the rolling pin, would you have to seal it before stamping? I wouldn't seal it before stamping. If you wanted to seal it, I would do it after stamping. All right, y'all. How quick was that? This rolling pin is done. We just got to wait for the paint to dry, but that won't take long. The ink dries so fast. All right, now the tea towel. Let me move this out of the way so I don't get any blue paint. We have this cute little tea towel. It already has a blue stripe on it, but it has a hanger on the back. So it's going to look really cute hanging. So let's go ahead and stamp the middle of it. Lisa, what you going to order? She said, oh no, I need to place another order. What you going to order? Okay, these are the thin mounts. If y'all are not familiar with stamping, a thin mount is a must. And I always, this is how they come. They're big. And I always recommend purchasing two. One, so you can keep it the big size because you'll need that for some projects. And another one, so you can cut it in many different sizes. So you have whatever size you need for the project. So I always recommend purchasing two. Actually, I don't even think I need a thin mount. Why don't we just stamp this whole thing like we did the rolling pin? Because I think that will look really good because it is look at this. It's the perfect size to fit in between the two blue lines. So I just changed my mind. We're going to stamp the whole thing. Thank you, Jessie, for sharing. Yeah, y'all go ahead and share this live out. Let's get some friends on here. China blue ink, because, you know, we're going with the blue and white theme. Yeah, if you're going to order any paint inlay, I definitely recommend the Delft. And it also comes in black. So if you're like, I don't know if I like the blue, get the black one. It's the same beautiful florals and patterns. It's just in black. All right. So I just left the whole thing on here. Ended up not even using the thin mount. I'm going to place it. Let me grab my brayer. It's such a big surface. Can y'all tell my brayer has been through things? I find when I'm using a big stamp, the brayer is really good. Really, really pretty. I feel like it's kind of hard to see on camera, but we got that blue floral stamp. Now it'll match our rolling pin. And I just touched blue paint. What is the work time on the ink? I feel like it works very fast and you have to get it right the first time. But if you don't, you can always repaint because I've done that before too. All right, now we're going to go back. So you see how like I'm moving fast, but not really. Like it just doesn't take a long time to do these pieces. I'm going to put it on my handy dandy little, what you call this, Lazy Susan. I think it's time for a new one. Like, look at this thing. It's been through several years of projects. Yeah, I noticed it's kind of hard to see on camera. It was hard to see on the rolling pin too. But this was the stamp. Let me show y'all the stamp where y'all can really see it. So it's these 3 flowers. These are 3 different stamps. I kept everything together. And then you have all this typography right here. And then also this piece right here that says roses or something in French. So I love this stamp. This is the Rose Toile stamp. And as you can see, it looks good all together. Like if you don't even take it apart, it looks good together. Okay. I don't know if this is off label or not. Do y'all recommend using a heat gun with inlays? I don't know. You don't want to put it too close. But I do a lot of live videos. If I'm not live, then I just put it aside and let it dry on its own and work on another project. But we are live here. So I'm going to put my heat gun on low, and you have to let your inlay dry before you can remove it. So we're going to dry it real quick. I'm just going to put it on low, and I'm not going to put it too close or burn it, but it'll at least dry it a little bit faster so we can move on. Oh, I've done it before and I have not burned it. I just don't want to like tell y'all this is something y'all should do if it's not recommended. But I don't have it on high. I have my heat gun on very low. And I'm turning it. All right, one person said they're going to a craft sale this weekend. Nobody else is doing any craft shows? I know. I was saying the same thing. I'm like, oh, I'm going to heat gun it right now, but I don't know if you're really supposed to do that. Just don't, if you use the heat gun, just like don't keep it on here. Do like I'm doing, where you're like turning it and only doing a little bit at one time. It's kind of blowing a little bit of hot air on it. Oh, there's not as many. Oh, does California not really do craft shows? I don't know. I've only been in the South, and there's always craft shows happening and going on over here. Like, it's a big thing. Laura says she attends craft shows to buy. That's crazy because the weather's so much nicer in California, right? In the South, you can have a craft show and you never know. There could be a hurricane, there could be a tornado, it could be 100 degrees, it could be 20 degrees. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen. Oh, Jolene says that her and her dad do craft shows and they're booked back to back in California. Carl says, I'm selling at 3 craft fairs in Vancouver using lots of IOD products. Awesome. All right, I think we almost got it dry enough. You can see when it's dry because it changes colors. It goes from that dark blue to that light color. So you can tell when it's dry. Okay, let's move on to my favorite part. Taking the inlays off. Okay. I'm going to do it where y'all can see me. So I'm going to take my mister and I'm going to spritz it. You can see that it changed colors. It went back to that dark blue. So this was the light blue. That's when it's dry. And then it goes to dark blue. Okay, let's pull it off. Favorite part. Look at that, guys. How pretty is that? Okay, don't crumple this up. We're going to use it. Let's put that on the side. Let's do the other ones. I'm going to spritz them all and then I'll pull them off in front of the camera so y'all can see the best part. Oh, let me move my chair so I don't hurt myself. Okay, y'all ready? Gorgeous. Beautiful. I'm going to run out of adjectives. If you let the inlay dry on its own, how long? That is a really good, maybe like 30 minutes. Okay, this last one. I bent it over and I forgot to wet that. There we go. You can also move the paint. Yes. Yeah, so the inlay is paint. So if you wanted that flow blue, you could wet it a little bit and let it flow. So you do need to be careful while it's still wet because it can get distressed. And I had a friend that put an inlay on a table and then she forgot to seal it and she went to wipe the table and she wiped the inlay off. So don't forget that your inlays are water-based paints and they will come off with water. So you have to seal them. Okay, so now we got to use them some more. Now, somebody asked if I was just putting paint where the inlay is going. I did not have painted the whole thing the first time, but now for the second use, I'm just going to put paint where I want to where I'm going to put the inlay. I'm going to turn the rose the other way this time. And it's going to look cool because what's going to happen is this time, the second use is going to be more distressed. So it's going to look a little different than the first one. So I'm just going to go around and I'm going to put a little bit of paint and I'm going to put another inlay on for the second use. Yes, water-based sealers, and you don't want to overwork it. And I'm just like lightly spritzing it because I have all these other inlays around it now. So I don't want to, get those super wet. All right, let's put one down here. Put this one. Try not to think about it too much, but it's hard not to overthink it because that's just what I do. All right. Oh yes, I'm going to use all of these inlays until they're all used up just on this one piece, because it's going to give me a really cool effect to have the same design, but then have it be more and more distressed on the piece. And then on one of my YouTube videos, I wanted to experiment with different colors. So I used the same exact inlay and I think I did it in white. And then I did it in like a different color. And then I did it in a different color. And that was so awesome looking. Ooh, I put the inlay the wrong way. Did I? That way. It came out so awesome looking because every color transferred onto the next one. So by the third one, I had all these different colors going on, plus the paint inlay. It was so cool. So definitely have fun and play with them. And you can use them on different colors. It gives you a very, very old look. You know, when you see a piece of furniture or something that you can see it's been painted several times because all the colors are peeking through. That's what happens when you use a paint inlay and then use it on different colors. All right, we'll put this one here. All right. Okay, so you see the blue is covering it a little bit more now. Yes, Dana, I agree. She said you can use each paint inlay up to 3 times. I prefer a distressed look. I really love the second and third use of the way that looks. All right, I'm put my heat gun on low again and try to get this going as quickly as I can. But I think I'm good on time. How much time I have left? I just really want y'all to see the final product. Exactly. John said, I love the paint inlays because they turn something pretty basic into something extra special. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all saw the setup I had when I started. Like, it looked okay. Okay, it was fine. But IOD, it just takes things to the next level. Okay, 20 minutes, we're good. I got this. I got this. We're going to get it done. No, I think I can do it in 20 minutes. I do want to do one more. Like, we have to use them 3 times. Did anybody start their Christmas shopping? I know some people, it's just crazy to me, that's already almost done with their Christmas shopping. I'm just not that person to get ahead like that. Oh, yes, it is. It's so easy. Don't be scared. You're going to love it. I say that, but honestly, I was scared. I was scared the first time I used the transfer. And then you should see my 5-year-old use a transfer. Like, it's so easy. But, you know, when you've never used something before, I can see how it's a little bit scary. But the inlays are really, really easy to use. Lori says she's almost done with Christmas shopping. Oh my gosh, Patricia wrapped a few presents today. Okay, she not only Christmas shopped already, but she has started wrapping presents. She was wrapping them during my Whatnot sale I had earlier. Oh, Regina, okay, that makes me feel a little bit better because I did forget. I already ordered and received our family Christmas pajamas because I force everybody to take a family picture every year in their pajamas. They pretend like they don't like it, but they do. They're lying. They enjoy it. So I did get one thing done so far. Monica says she started on one kid, almost done. It just needs new clothes for the other kids. Yeah, I don't really have to plan ahead quite as much as I used to since my kids are older now. And they usually just want one or two expensive things. It's not like when they were all little, where the gifts are less expensive and you buy like more gifts. Times have changed. My kids are getting older. Dana says she's finished hers in August. Oh my gosh, girl, you are way ahead of the game. Yes, Maria, you got the idea. She said her kids are grown, so she just sends them money. Surprisingly, they don't ask for money for Christmas. They usually want something like an actual present. But we've also decided we're going to keep Christmas simple this year, and we're going on vacation during Christmas because I talked about that earlier, but the ages that my kids are at, they're very involved in extracurricular activities. Our lives are busier than they've ever been. And even over the summer, my son played in like 3 different soccer leagues. And then my daughter played all-star softball, and we were busy the entire summer. Like we didn't get to take a vacation. So I'm like, what if we go during Christmas? My business is slow. The kids are free. It'll be a great time to go on vacation. So we had a family meeting the other night and decided that we were going to go on vacation for Christmas. So I am very, very excited about it. Okay, I think that's good. So like you see, I'm not holding the heat gun. I'm just kind of helping it along by turning it and just blowing a little bit of hot air on it. All right, let's do the fun part. Oh, you want to do that, but all your kids won't sign off. They want all the presents. Okay, so let me tell you, this is I've asked for this every year since we moved to North Mississippi, since we're not around family, like Christmas just isn't the same. And so I've been trying to get them to go somewhere for Christmas. And then I think this year, just now that they're all older and not into really toys anymore, we still have the 5-year-old, but like she's pretty easy. That they all agreed it was a good idea. So just keep asking, and they might get there. Oh, thank you. Okay, we're gonna spritz it. Just be careful. At this point, you might want to get like a damp cloth or something instead of spraying it like I am. Just because there's so much inlays everywhere. I think I'm almost out of water. Okay. So this one's going to be a little more distressed. Let's do it. Look at that. So you see the difference from the first and the second? Still a really, really good transfer, but definitely lighter and more distressed. Second one. And you shouldn't have to pull hard. If you're having to pull hard, then you haven't wet it enough. Yes, you can use paint inlays to make cute Christmas tags. This is the one I put on the wrong way. So that one didn't do as good. but that's okay. We got a little hint of blue right there. We still got a little bit of blue. So make sure that when you are putting your stuff down, you put the paint up, because once it's wet, it's kind of hard to tell. So that's where I messed up. So this time I made sure to put all of my pieces up when I took them off, so I know this side is the paint. Oh, I missed a comment. I want to see double. I don't know what that means. You want to see a double Amelia in the pot? I'm sorry, Patricia. I don't know what that means. Oh, Amy says when her kids were teenagers, they went to Vegas for Christmas one year. I actually suggested Vegas, but we decided to go somewhere within driving distance. Dana says they're going on a family ski trip. So the kids mentioned skiing, but then when we started talking about it, nobody really wants to go skiing. So we're not doing that. John, I actually really like the Dixie Belle clear coat in a flat finish, but it does come in satin and gloss. It just depends. So they said that they like a gloss on the pots. So it's just whatever you want. Okay, so now we're going to do it for a third time. So I'm going to put it in the spots that are still open. And this one's going to be even more distressed and lighter. And I'm just going to put a little bit of water because we've already spritzed it twice and it's still pretty wet. Okay, so now you're seeing like we're starting to cover this pot, and they're all going to look different because we use them several times. So let me ask y'all this while I have all these people on here. If you've gone somewhere for Christmas, like, did you enjoy it? Like, what's a beautiful place to go for Christmas where they really just celebrate the holiday season, everything's decorated, and it's just, you know, Christmas magical? That's where I want to go. Oh, the plant in the pot. Okay, got you. I don't even know what kind of plant that is, but I'm sure it'd be beautiful. A plant with some pink or yellow florals in here would be really pretty. Leavenworth, Washington. Okay. It's probably really cold up there, right? I looked up the best places to go for Christmas, and the North Pole was on there. Did you know that you could go to the North Pole? So if you put your inlay on there and you realize, like, I don't push it down all the way because I want to make sure I got the paint everywhere it needs to be. So this one I realized I didn't go down enough, so I just added a little bit of paint, but I hadn't pushed it down all the way. All right, I got one more inlay. Let me see where it needs to go. I'm thinking right here. I'm gonna put it right there. I'm gonna trim off the excess just because I don't have a lot of space, like white space left over, and I don't want my paper to get on the inlay next to it. So Trim it down a little bit. That's gonna look so good. Yes. Oh, y'all building too, Lori? To look beautiful in the kitchen. Billmore Estates is magical at Christmas time. Where is that at, Billmore Estates? Yes, Santa Claus, Indiana was on the list. Oh yeah, my Christmas tree behind me. This is the IOD lock and key mode. So I use the IOD lock and key mode to make a Christmas tree. And I did it pretty simple, but you can change this up to go with your color scheme. You can do more. I just painted it all white and then put the antiquing wax on it to kind of match the frame that was on here. Isn't that cute? I got all my IOD modes here. I need another bin. Like I've had to put them down here because we got so many IOD modes now. Okay, Asheville, North Carolina. Wait, I think that was on the list. Asheville, North Carolina. Definitely not Disney World. Gatlinburg. We've been to Gatlinburg several times. Not at Christmas time, though. Yes, I love the lock and key mode. I use it all the time. All right, I think I'm going to be done in my given time. All right, a lot of people are saying Asheville, North Carolina. So I'm going to keep that. We've already started planning our trip, but if they enjoy going out of town for Christmas, then maybe we need to go check out North Carolina. Oh, Dana said Asheville was heavily damaged during the hurricane this year. There's another hurricane right now. It's supposed to be hitting South Louisiana. I haven't checked on it. It's supposed to hit this weekend. We've had a crazy hurricane season. Okay. Y'all ready for the final result? Look, it looks good already, even just with the paper on there. So this is the third time. So it's going to be more distressed. We've used the paper several times. So it might not be a perfect image, but it's going to give us that hint of blue that we want. And like, I want it to be more and more distressed. That's what I want to happen. Oh yeah, I went to downtown. New York City was on the list as well. Yeah, that's supposed to be magical at Christmas time. Did I wet this? Yes. Okay. Ready for the magic? Oh, that one didn't transfer too much. Let me see. So it's kind of light. I feel like the blue's hard sometimes, but you see how it's just light, but that is what I want. Let me wet this one a little bit more. And I think it's a really cool effect when you use the same inlay over and over again on the piece. Look how cool that looks. I need a wet mug. Another one over here. Is that it? Oh, looks so good. There you go. Look how cool that looks. And you could even add more if you wanted to, like if you wanted to fill in some of these spots. Don't forget that they also have the whole patterns in this inlay, which would be really cool. So you got an entire page of a pattern and you can use it over and over and over again. Okay, so let's put all our pieces together. Let me just hit this with the heat gun for a second so I don't mess it up. Okay, so we have our pot. Let's grab our rolling pin, then our tea towel, and then our plant. Get in there, plant. Look how cute our piece turned out. And I only used, what, 5 pieces of the paint inlay? What y'all think? Do y'all think that y'all could try the paint inlay?
Thank you, Julie. That was magnificent. I loved how you are so thrifty. Like, you're not just the queen of thrifting, but you're the queen of thrifty. Like, you take that product, I would imagine you could probably get 100 projects out of one inlay.
Let me show you. So I got my little Ziploc bag from all the times I used this one before.
Wow.
We can't get rid of it. We got to keep it.
Yes. And I'm with you. I think the second use is my favorite. With the inlays, I find that it has just a little bit of character, but it's more consistent in the impression. The third one is kind of hit and miss. Like, you can get some, if you're looking for a very distressed look, you can get that. But then pieces of it that didn't maybe take with the first one will come through too dark. So the third one isn't my favorite, but the first two, I love them. They're fabulous.
I like the third one when I'm doing something like this, because I'm okay if I'm just getting hints of blue and blue here and there. Like, I'm totally okay with that because I've just gotten 2 other good impressions and I just kind of want to have that look throughout the whole thing. So that's why I like using all 3 uses on the same piece, because I just think it looks so good.
And excuse me, I love the Delft. I remember just when the inspiration for Delft came, I was in a downtown shop. It was an antique store, but it was one of those very high-end antique stores, and where they go to Europe and they bring home just really magnificent, very unique items. And they had some primitive Delft tiles and china or Delftware.
Yeah.
And I was so in love with it, but it was so expensive. I couldn't take a single piece home with me. But then it just hit me, like, we can make this. We can make this. So that's what I love about the Delft, is you can create some of the most beautiful primitive look Delftware that is very inexpensive to make, especially if you're thrifting the pieces. They're beautiful on tiles as well, if you want some primitive Delft tiles. I am in love with that. Do you have some of those?
I got to show you something I made. So I used the classical Christmas stamp, and I stamped tissue paper and made my own Delft print. And then I put it in the box.
Oh, that's gorgeous. I love that. Where did you get that box? Did you thrift it?
The Goodwill bins, yeah. See, it was originally
Oh.
red. I didn't paint the bottom.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that look. And that is exactly the look that these tiles and Delftware had. Ah, I just love it. And I'm a blue and white girl too. My entire house is blue and white.
Yeah.
So I just, yeah, it's one of my personal favorites for sure. And the paint inlays are so organic, and you do have to embrace the difference that you will get each time. You don't have control over them like the transfers. The transfers, you know exactly the image that you're going to get. The inlays, they're not fussy, but they're organic. So when you lay that paint in, paint is going to do what paint is going to do. And you don't always know. And it's going to depend on the way that it's laid in, the paint it's going on, the conditions of your environment. And that's the beauty of it. That's what we love about them. And you can play with it too, because it's paint, like you mentioned. It's a medium that you can work with after the fact until it's sealed. So once it's on there, like if Julie wanted to go back and take a paintbrush and maybe fill in a little bit of area here or there, she could do that. You just have to match that blue color. And then you can also connect pieces that if you had a wrinkle in the design, you can easily cross over that wrinkle to trick the eye to not see that wrinkle. There's a lot of tricks and tips with these once you get used to using them. And share those tips that you guys are finding with the paint inlays, because people are so intimidated by them, but they're catching on. They're catching on like wildfire. The more people use it, once you use them, you are in love with them. So
It's really an effect that you can't recreate with any other product.
yeah,
And like I said, if you go into it like knowing that you might have a little bit of a distressed look, then you're really gonna like them.
yeah, that's absolutely right. I love your projects today. I love that you just showed people how to get in there and get busy with it. And you made so many projects, and I had a hard time finishing one. So I love the way you work. I could listen to you talk all day long, and your YouTube channel is so much fun. So thank you for joining us today, Julie. You've been just a treasure as always.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. So I'm going to go ahead and remove Julie. And I know everyone so appreciates her coming on. And I'm going to go ahead and close us out. So I wanted to actually quickly, before I close us out, I wanted to show you guys something kind of cool. I painted the back of this, the Cameo. So here's the one I did today. I did not paint the back of this one. I used one that I forgot to put the eyelet in. And this one, so this one's clear and you can see through it. And then this one, I painted the back, and I wanted to just show you guys the difference. If you want to kind of, I don't know, just get a different look. It looks more like a little domed frame. And I was talking to my daughter off screen, and she has a kitty cat that she loves, and she's going to put like a little flower and a little picture of her kitty cat and make a little necklace charm. So these would make beautiful jewelry pieces as well for those that you love. If you have a pet lover, that's a great idea. And yeah, and I finished it. I finished it offline. So I've got both ends crimped and clamped, and I've got all my pretty charms on there. So I did finish it while I was watching the other artists do their thing. You guys, this was so much fun. And like I said on the break, I just definitely want to do this again. I feel like it was so much fun, and all of you stuck with us throughout the entire thing, which means you were having a good time too. So I love to see that. And let's look at spring. I don't know. My team is probably like, Sally, stop making promises before we talk about this. But I love it. I loved it. I had so much fun with you guys. I do want to really quick show you guys again, for those who joined late, the prize. This is a giveaway. So share the link to this, because people can watch the replay. So go ahead and share it still. This is the foil, the gold foil for holiday. And you can see here what you get. This is tinsel. You can also get this product from your stockist now. If you don't have a stockist, go to the store locator and we can connect you with a stockist. These make the most gorgeous and so quick Christmas presents and decor. You put them on glass, do just like a plain hurricane you can pick up in a thrift store, and then you put one of these babies on it and it dresses it up. You can make the most gorgeous tablescape with white candles inside. So definitely want to get your hands on that one. And then this is our paint inlay called Gloria that was just released, and we're doing a giveaway for this too. The way you enter the giveaway is you just share this link and tag us. And then this is some of the imagery that it comes on the paint inlay. And the paint inlay is the one that Julie just used. So if you want to give it a try, that's a great one to try with because it's got lots of small images just like the Delft. And for Christmas, it's got a beautiful Christmas tree. Thank you for sharing, Patricia. Thank you for sharing Handmade Treasures. I love it. And thank you all for joining us today. Until next time, I'm Sally with IOD, and catch us on the Creative Tribe and our YouTube channel, IOD on YouTube. We have a lot of fun tutorials, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye.